right. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Fitchburg Planning Board, Tuesday, January 24th, 2023. The first item on our agenda is board reorganization. We'd be looking for any...
I'll nominate Paula to continue as planning board chair.
Second. There's been a motion with the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Similarly, I'd like to make a nomination for Paul Fontaine for vice chair. Second. There's a second to that motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Do we have everybody, by the way?
What's that?
Numbers?
Yes.
3, okay. Just, so 7-0. Gotcha.
Yep.
Yep.
We're all here.
We have, yes. The next item on our agenda are approval not required plans for which approval is somewhat required.
So let me
Wanna-
pull up
Take
the
your pick,
Dropbox
Paul.
here. Yeah, I can get them. What are we doing first? Emmanuel
pick.
Lutheran?
Don't matter. Sure.
right, we'll do them in
Lutheran
order.
Church is fine.
Emmanuel Lutheran. So this is the revised plan. Oh, I probably should share my screen, huh? All right.
Actually, the highlighted one I think would be good to show
Okay.
because there's a lot.
Before we do the
Oh.
hearings.
Great, I'm on TV.
Yeah, I'll go back and get the highlighted, marked up one, this one.
Right, so the entirety of that property is the current Emmanuel Lutheran, 1200 John Fitch Highway. Just to the left, you see Will Thompson Way. So there's a proposed, oh, I'm sorry, I got the wrong. This is one. So the remainder, after all is said and done, lot 1, that's 2.5 acres for the church and the parking lot. And then there's a proposed house lot at the corner, Will Thompson and John Fitch, 30,000 and some odd square foot lot 2. There's a pending application before the Conservation Commission for a single-family house there. And then another proposed single-family house lot further up, lot 3. So lots 2 and 3 both have the required amount of frontage and area.
Perfect.
There was lot 1 seeking to be a rear lot.
It has plenty of frontage on remaining frontage.
Either
on
way,
John
it has
Fitch.
frontage on John
Good
Fitch.
point.
It is.
And so
I
it's
didn't
just- so
understand
it's
why
just
they
an
kept
X,
that 50,
okay.
but yeah.
All right, yeah,
I think
correct.
they
It
might have
was just
wanted
the,
to reserve a potential driveway out.
Yep. Yeah.
Driveway access, okay.
Because it's 25 feet wide, it's wide enough for, the only driveway is now off of John Fitch.
All right, does it, so the frontage requirements are met on each of the proposed lots. We have the standards disclosure on the plan, on the A&R.
And we had talked about this last meeting. They do meet, these are the lot regulatory factors. They do meet the lot regulatory factor, which our bylaw has. And actually, Mike was nice enough, if anyone's curious, he was nice enough to add the,
Formula?
Reason why.
if I can get back to it, oh, it's not in the new Dropbox. Anyway, that's fine. The reason why we have that, which I thought was interesting, the Nantucket example.
Yeah, under A&R
Yeah.
plans, I think.
Oh, it's under A&R?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right here. Yeah, so these were mess of A&R lots that were created because they didn't have a lot regulatory factor, and that's why we created it in our new bylaw, so you don't have all these.
I think rat tail is the
Yeah.
term, Paul.
Yes. Yeah, so we can sign it. We have 4 here. I don't
Yes.
need to make a motion, so if we want to just pass it around. Or if,
I'll
And
make
when
a
do you
motion
want to
to
do that? Like during the meeting or
All
toward the
set.
tail end? They're all out on the desk table here. Or we'll bring them up there.
but we don't need to make a motion. You just have 4 people sign it.
We typically
four
just make,
people don't.
we just
Okay.
make
All
a
right,
motion.
make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve,
Second that motion?
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Great. All opposed? All set for that one, so we'll have that one and the next one.
Oh, yeah, we can sign them all
We can sign
together,
them
I
all
guess.
when we there.
I just don't want to, you don't want to forget at the end of the meeting, so we should still do it now. All right, this is 45 Clarendon.
Right, and this is a dead-end stretch of Clarendon that ends at St. Joe's Cemetery, right where your cursor is, Paul?
Yep, down here, yep.
So the existing lot is kind of funky because it has that about 20-foot wide appendage that goes out to Electric Ave right there. So that's why I wanted to do that regularity factor, because it ends up with a, but as it turns out, Lot 2 is proposed as a rear lot, but you get to exclude the area in the pipe stem, so-called, of the rear lot from that, the square footage for that regularity factor. So you have your 125 circle. In the,
It actually has a 100-foot circle here. That's not wrong, though, right?
no, you're right. Residence A, minimum frontage 100 feet.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah,
And then
this,
there's the existing house lot. It's kind of an old house. I remember the meeting out at the very start of COVID with the couple who owned it at the time at 435, and that remains as a conforming lot.
perfect.
All right, does any board member have any questions regarding this application? It just reviewed some, meeting the rear lot requirements.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion made.
Seconded?
With the second, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? All right. Next one?
20 Crawford. Okay, so this is Was Arthur, correct?
Correct, yeah.
So this is the part that's going towards the GFI.
Right, that'll be conveyed to the budding, much larger parcel currently owned by Fitchburg Redevelopment Authority, which is proposed to be a 367,000 square foot big distribution center that was approved, several
December?
months ago. Yeah.
January. I mean,
So the remaining lot is not a new building lot. That's what that little hook is meant to, it'll be incorporated into the FRA lot adjacent. And the Was Arthur building still remains with enough frontage and area.
Right.
perfect. And he's got a disclosure on there, so we're good.
Any board member have any questions?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion's been made with a... Second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? All right.
If you want to just stack them on that
Yeah,
desk, it might be
we'll
the
just
easiest
walk
way to
up
do it.
and
Just
sign
stack one on top of the other, and we can sign them all. Instead of passing them around and finding desk space.
Great, that was our A&R section.
Yep.
We've got minor site plan. A pen.
Oh, you can't sign upside down?
one of these, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there was just an extra one. Just add an extra one in the next comments. If you want to get started, I can multitask. We got plenty of stuff to do, so. That should be it. You signed 2 of them?
Yeah.
That's it.
The next item before us is our minor site plan review for Santiago regarding a parking plan for auto sales at 19 Dwight Street. Is the applicant here?
Yep.
Fantastic. Do you
Gentleman
want to
in
come,
back.
just want to come up to the podium, or you can sit in the chair with the mic, and if you'd like?
Got it, thanks.
Good evening. Nice to see you. So I think up on the screen, we have the site plan of the property, and we see a highlighted section of about 5 spaces. Is that the number of spaces you're
Yes,
seeking?
correct.
So 5 spaces?
Yep.
Okay. Does the board members have any questions regarding the site? So you can see the access to the site's done by a number of streets.
Yeah, you want to take it?
There's presently an existing auto body shop there now in your...
Yeah, auto repair.
Auto repair?
Yeah.
And you're just seeking for 5 spaces for auto sales, for which you likely have to get another license?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yep. So you're here before us tonight to get your site plan done to go to the next step.
All right, perfect.
The only thing to keep in mind, and I didn't have the plan in front of me when I went to the site, but there's obviously, I know you're an auto body, there's cars all over the place. Just keep in mind that when this was approved 6 years ago, it was approved with basically keeping cars in spaces neat along the site, and now they're all over the place. So, you see from here, here's the plan showing the spaces that go all the way around and the tow truck parking in the back and, all nice and neat. And then you look at the aerial and you have cars double parked and all that stuff. So I understand it's not really visible, so it's not a big deal, but just understand the way it's supposed to be.
Yes, correct. On that case, on that picture,
Yeah.
just we get a contract for a insurance company. You have to move too many cars at
yeah.
the same time.
Oh, geez, yeah.
It's like in the winter time,
Yeah.
we towing, and sometimes many cars because many accidents.
Yeah. Part of the reason why I say that is the reason why when a site plan's approved, like that one that was already approved and stamped, you're saying these are how my lot's going to be, so everything's going to be neat and tidy. I know in real business, especially in your business, things come and they get dropped off and you don't know.
Sometimes it's no cars, sometimes it's the opposite.
Right. So all I'm saying is, I just want you to understand the way it's supposed to be versus the way it maybe sometimes is. Try and, to the best of your ability, keep it the way it's supposed to be. Neatly stacked cars and make it as tidy as you can.
Perfect.
Yeah, at least the ones along the abutting property with I know there's like a residence around the corner
Right.
there.
Yep.
Paula, just for the record, I've had contact with Dante Santiago several times. He was unable to make the meeting tonight, but Dad's name is, just for the record,
Raul?
Gotcha. Okay, Raul Lopez, and is it, okay, and you're the property owner. You run the
Yeah.
garage?
Yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
All right. Does the board, any board member have any questions? I think clearly there's enough space.
Yeah, I mean, it's really,
Authorizing for 5 spots, so,
I had talked about this with the board chair last night, that when it comes down to situations like this where all we're doing is approving the 5 display spaces, it's really up to, I guess, the council or whoever does the actual licensing to enforce the amount of cars and things like that, which is really the important part. So I'm fine with it so long as it stays with the amount of cars that are permitted by
I have a
whoever the
question.
board is.
Did anyone really realize that was back there?
No, that's the first thing I said to Paula. I said I didn't even know it was there. So that's a good thing. I mean, it means that, at least from our perspective, it hasn't been a problem site. So I'll make a motion to approve the minor site plan based upon the plan with the highlighted spots that we have.
all right. A motion's been made with the second.
Second?
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Do we know, Mike, is it the council that does approvals for?
Yes,
It
I
is,
believe it
okay.
is, yeah,
So
not the
that'll be your next step. The city council has to approve the actual used car sales. So, yep.
Talking with Dante, he's picked up the paperwork
I get
for
to
that.
read the
I'm just
statement
waiting for
before the
This
hearings.
procedure to take the next
Yeah,
step.
yeah, yeah.
So it'll be good. I'll write up the approval, so, okay. Have a good night.
All right. We're going to be entering into the public hearing segment, and I'm just going to read a few words. All meetings of the Fitchburg Planning Board are open to the public. This does not mean that the public participates in all aspects of the meeting. It simply means that the meeting itself, including all discussions and votes, is open for public view. If you wish to address the board regarding a public hearing, that's in the next segment, please raise your hand and the board will acknowledge you at the appropriate time during the hearing. The board will also monitor any participants that are attending virtually for questions at the appropriate time. Virtual attendees are asked to use the raise hand function to be acknowledged. 1, state your name and address. 2, approach the center table and either stand or sit. This allows you to be seen and heard clearly by everyone in attendance. 3, the planning board requests that comments be limited to no more than 5 minutes in the interest of time. Please be advised that FATV is conducting audio-video recording of this meeting for public broadcast, and I ask that anyone in the audience who is recording this meeting to please identify themselves for record by stating their name and address. Anybody's recording. Okay. So on our public hearing agenda, we have a site plan review and special permit for Lorigan at 106 East Street for a 3-family. Didn't know if Mr. Lorigan was here, or if-
Oh.
did we just get the written request for next meeting?
From Bill, yeah, I did.
Okay.
Just so folks know, and the rest of the board and folks at home know, I got for several months now, we've been waiting for an engineered site plan, which I got from Bill a couple of days ago, sent it over to Nick and Jeff at DPW. They didn't promise that they could get to it on such short notice, so Bill's okay with just continuing to next month.
Mike, you looking at the attendee list, are any of those abutters? Doesn't look it to me, but
There was a woman directly across the street, and I
yeah, that was
recognized the name.
Fran Cutting, correct?
I don't think any of those names that we.
I just want to make sure, if anyone's here, either in person or virtually, just know that we're still waiting on some review of the final plans for 106 East Street, which we just recently got. So it's going to be continued to our February meeting, which is
28.
February 28th.
Close.
Make a motion to continue.
Motion's been made. Second. With the second, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? All right, continued.
And Paula, the next one for New View, well, we had talked briefly just before the meeting, but Mark Doan, the executive director, has a commitment. He's going to be coming here later, but it
Okay.
probably won't be until after 7.
All right, then
So
on to the
that could be
next.
Bumped down.
Just move them to the back.
We have a special permit and site plan review continued from our November meeting for Silva at 8 Wilmot Street for a two-family dwelling.
I did see Dave Sadowski is one of the attendees.
I saw that he signed up, yes.
Yep. Yep, he's on there. And let me, Dave, I just unmuted you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. The owner is in the audience.
Yeah, why don't you get up in one of these up there?
Excellent. Yep, perfect.
Dave.
Just for the record, it should be noted that Mr. Gapadagli has left because of a potential conflict
Okay.
of
Okay.
interest.
All right.
Great. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Eliza Silva.
Can you do me a favor? Speak up.
Sure can. Yeah,
Yeah.
my name is Eliza Silva. I'm the developer of 8 Wilmot Street.
Okay.
And we have Mr. Dave Sandowski, who's going to represent myself, the engineer.
Okay. Is he going to represent the plans?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Dave, what do you want up on the screen?
Well, what we're looking at, just so everyone can see, is the architectural, where the building has been moved forward like the board talked about. There's been a lot less pavement on the site, and the buildings would be side by side, and they'd be condoed eventually. The stormwater and everything would go into recharge basins in the back of the building, and also the foundation drain would go into that leach pit in the back area of the building. All of the different things that we talked about, we located all the trees on the right-hand side, we located the trees in the front, the driveways have been adjusted, there's been a fence, 6-foot-high cedar fence proposed for number 12. We had a meeting, the district councilor, I believe, went to the meeting, it was held at number 12's house. Talked to all the neighbors in the neighborhood except for the lady that has the rug business, or her brother has the rug business. She did not attend. They talked about what could be done and what couldn't. We're proposing that fence to go all the way to the back tree line, all the way up to the front where the property dips toward the street. There'd be no trees removed because of this. There was different things asked by water and sewer. We met all their requirements as far as water gates and everything else, and as far as trench and water hookup details. The building's forward a lot more. The building on the right is now shown. The offsets to the property line are shown. I think it's a good working plan the way it is now. And we did have the neighborhood meeting like was asked for. Basically, everything that was asked for by the board, we went out and we did. We were ready to prepare last week when we found out about the proposed gas leak, or the supposed gas leak that was smelt at the building. I'm out of the States right now, so I'm talking to you on screen.
Okay. So Dave, a couple of things. The DPW did bring up about the swale and how that's supposed to work. It's in the front of the driveway. They want some clarification on that.
And if the side by side is approved, we definitely would be able to go in and determine what's going on with the swale. And we've already got leach pits in the back, and we've got a basin that we've designed, a leach basin. We've had soil testing on the site. We could work out anything with the DPW they want with that swale and show them how it works, or we could just put it underground and recharge it.
So, and this is a little bit on a larger scale of an issue, is that the architecture, the renderings of what's to be built there does not match the site plan that's in front of us. The garage sizes are actually different, but more importantly, you have a unit driveway on the plans of the structure to be built here, and your site plan does not match that. You have a unit, 2 driveways, and then a unit. So there, I'm just saying, there's just that in the mix as a large factor at the moment.
All right, if I could, the architecturals aren't mine. They were done by an architect, and I actually did tell
Right.
the owner that
So-
the building had to be flipped, and the garage entrance has to be shown correctly on the plans. to be-
So garage
The
sizes,
building inspector.
garage sizes are a big factor as well, because whether or not they can be used as a parking space. There's a minimum interior requirement, I think 21 by 11 for that, but they differ between the drawn site plan from what Dave presented and the architectural site plans. But we really want the plans for the facility that's to be built there, not here's an example. And we've stated that a number of times.
Actually, we are already, architects is working on, they're going to change only the garage side by side. You see that the garage is like on the corners, they're going to be side by side, but it's still working on, they couldn't finish.
So you're just going to, the unit on the right on this plan, you're just going to flip it?
They're going to only change the garage to be side by side garage. And then instead of be on the corners, would be in the middle, because we have a tree in front of the property that we can cut it because it belongs to the city. So we decide to change that with side by side garage instead of have on the corners and outside the house. So they be changed a little bit, the layout. So they are working on, they should have the plans in a couple of weeks.
I mean, the garages are decent size. They're 21 and a half by 11 and a half.
Well, it depends which one, what you're looking at on the depth.
I'm looking at the first floor plan right here. It's 21 and a half is right here, and 11 and a half
Right,
is right here.
got to match that up to the other plan, that's what I'm saying. They just,
Oh, from the site plan, you mean? Yeah, okay, well,
that's all.
yeah.
Aspect. Just that being a fact, I'm just
Yeah, no,
confirm
no, you're
that.
not wrong.
And I have another question for the developer as well, is the renderings that were provided for this is the structure we're building. That is the actual structure with all the architectural relief,
Correct. Be no changes at all.
different, the veneers and the stonework and the,
It's going to be exactly like, that I uploaded, so
Okay.
be no
I-
changes at all.
I did also had a question on the rear where the porches were proposed as well, because there's some, but they look like there's no access to the yard. They're at the same ground level, but it's just like all fenced in.
Balcony?
Yeah, it looks like a
and not
balcony on the
porch?
ground.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's going to be a balcony. It's going to be an overhead
Yeah,
like that. And I'm saying we have a deck there. Depends on
Yeah.
the elevation. Might be a deck, a small deck, or might going to be a patio directly to depends on my elevation back on the property. So I can either I cannot confirm with you right now, but or either it's going to be a deck or either patio. Depends on the elevation.
Okay. And what's the size of what's the square foot size of the units?
1,300 square footage.
Each,
Yeah, each unit. Yeah,
And-
plus the garage.
plus the garage, and how many bedrooms
Going to be 3 bedrooms
each?
each. Yeah.
Small bedrooms, 10 by 10.
Yeah, it is small, yeah.
And how many parking spaces with this layout?
I think 1 garage and 2. It's going to be, I believe it's 6 of them total. 3,
No,
2,
no, there's one garage and there's one in the front in the driveway.
the 2.
Just like it's required by the,
Yeah.
True,
And I
but
think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to cut them down to 2-bedroom units.
We were going,
I don't think you can do 3-bedroom units there because you're going to need, you would need an extra space, and it becomes problematic if you add that third space.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
So you can rework, you're going to have to rework those floor plans anyway because you got to show the
have to
garages
flip
in. So when you do that, I would just say make 2 normal-sized bedrooms on the second
will.
floor, one front, one back, something like that.
No problem. Yeah.
the other is, there's been a lot of comment about parking and not adequate parking of on-street parking. So anything that you can add for parking on-site, aside from the minimum required.
Certainly, yeah. That's since the first time I met, all the neighbors, and I mentioned to them, my plan is not, have any, street parking, but off-street parking, and they're going to offer as much I can to provide that. So that's since the first time I met them, I was really real clear on that you're going to do as many parks possible for that property.
Okay.
That's my plan.
Because I think it did appear that you could put two cars in the front plus the garage.
Why, do you want the extra spaces? I was trying
Well,
to,
the house was pushed back enough, it looks like it already it's already there from the street.
I see what you're saying, because you
saying
got to
it's
make the
already there.
driveway go that length anyway.
Like the driveway length looks already accommodates the 2 spaces to get into the garage.
What do you think about, or the rest of the board, what do you think about if we do end up going this route, capping them off at 2 bedrooms per unit? That was one of my initial thoughts, and parking was, I thought, one of the reasons why. But even so, I think that you start getting more complex. You start talking about a 6-bedroom unit. I think it's a little bit easier on the neighborhood if it's a little, lower density. The other issue I had is, and I don't know if it was just, if you guys just chose the fence material or if the neighbor requested a wood fence.
The first time I think I met with Cheryl Jarvis, she
Yep,
mentioned
yep.
about she doesn't want vinyl, she wants a,
Because we don't usually,
You said
I can
cedar?
tell you, from experience, cedar, it doesn't weather well unless it's maintained.
Yeah.
We almost always suggest vinyl or arborvitaes. We'll talk
However,
to, we'll
it-
talk to Cheryl.
But it
Yeah, I
also looks
offer
like they're
her-
proposing to put it on her property.
Well, that's what I was going to say is if she wants cedar, so be
She
it.
wants cedar, that's
I'm fine with that. It usually has to be well taken care of in order for it to last.
yeah, I offer her, vinyl fence. She said, no, she
Okay.
better go ahead,
That's
have
fine. We'll
cedar.
get to her comments in a minute.
So, yeah. So-
Yep.
And we know it's been expressed too, whether between two-family or single-family, there's multiple in the neighborhood. I guess a question I also is considering is the size of the unit. The first structure was 44 feet, but it was long versus wide on the property
Exactly.
that way. But then also making sure that on the height, because it looks like the present height is like 3 stories tall.
Right.
So making sure that that also fits into the landscape, it doesn't stand completely above everything else.
Sure, yeah, certainly, and then I decided to do side by side. The first time I offered was like 2-family, and then after I had a meeting with them, they said about, having tenant there and then a bunch of problems they had before. I decided to do side by side. That way, who's going to be the future owner? They're going to buy the property. It's not going to be buy one property and rent the other one. It's going to be selling. It's going to be 2 deeds there. It's going to be a condo instead of having a house, 2-family. And the person going to buy it, they're going to rent it. So it's not going to do that anymore. I changed side by side. That way, thinking about them because there was a big problem in the past. So that's why I changed for side by
Yeah,
side.
I mean, I think I would prefer the idea of having 2 individual owner occupants. Anytime you have, even with condos or single-family homes, we generally have less issues with
Right.
disrupting the neighborhood and not taking care of the property and things like that. So
Correct.
I think that does make sense. I'm certain I'm looking at this, but just for those that aren't used to looking at these plans, Paul had mentioned the 3rd floor. Based on these floor plans, it's just a faux 3rd floor. It's fake. You're just having, because there's trusses up there on your
Exactly, yeah, it's
floor
not gonna
plan.
be- yeah,
So
it's
there's no possibility of them finishing it.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you just have a scuttle access on the 2nd floor, so a hatch in the ceiling
Correct. Yeah.
for access to mechanicals or whatever is up there.
Furnace. Yeah. That's
Yeah, whatever happens to be up there. So that would be one thing that I would maintain as a condition, that when you show the final plans, that 3rd floor isn't, possible expansion space, or because we always run into the issue of, people cramming bedrooms into houses or multis or even single family houses.
Right.
And you kind of want to steer clear of that.
No problem. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, got that.
Okay. Does any board member present or virtual have a question at this time? We'll open up to public comment.
I like the 2 bedrooms rather than the 3.
Okay. All right, anybody, Lynn or Alex, have any comment at this time or questions?
No, I think the 2-bedroom idea is a good idea too, I think the 3 floors is going to create a problem. The 3 rooms, I'm sorry.
Okay. And so,
I agree. Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
I was just going to say, I agree with all the recommendations that have been made, and I'm looking forward to seeing the final plans.
okay. Amanda? We'll still have time to comment, just if you have any questions right now.
I'm really looking forward to hearing what the abutters have to say.
Okay. All right, and now we're going to open up to public comment.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Should I see?
Yep, yep, you can have a seat, and then we'll
All right, no
have
problem.
individuals come up.
Cheryl, I don't know if you want, we got all your comments, and you can come up. We got all your comments, and I read them, and I'm sure the rest of the board did too. I don't know if you want us to read them, or you can probably summarize it better than I can.
I knew that.
Because you were very thorough, and we do appreciate your thoroughness in your letter. It helps to explain the situation better, so.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Glad
just
to hear that.
please just state your name and address for the
Cheryl
record.
Jarvie, and I'm the owner of 12 Wilmot Street, the abutter to the proposed 8 Wilmot. And I appreciate you listening to me, again, after making you read volumes, but it has been 2 months, and I did decide to summarize.
Can you do me a favor? Just pull the microphone down a little bit. There, perfect.
Okay, and but I just wanted to start. There was an inaccuracy in the engineer Dave's comments. There was a meeting that I was at, that the rug store lady Paula was at, and that Councilman Cruz was at, along with Mr. Silver. And why he was saying that it happened and we all agreed that this was a good idea is inaccurate. But I'll go on to that. So I think my two colleagues will confirm the inaccuracy of that. So just a quick review. Wilmont Street is short, narrow, and steep. It's been a long-standing neighborhood. My family has owned this property for 65 years. The D'Amato-Rogian Rug Company has been there for 100 years. Taxpayers, faithfully. We've had a lot of existing challenges, on-street parking, blocking driveways, renters on the other abutter to 8 Wilmont. They've rented. We've had problems with traffic, congestion, child safety, kids darting in and out of all these streets and driveways. It's an accident waiting to happen, a serious accident. But also, with all of this on-street parking that exists today, the plows cannot thoroughly plow, and we have ice on there. Like there's ice on the road tonight there before the upcoming storms. So adding 2 more units is only going to exacerbate the problem. This is an established neighborhood, and we've been faithful taxpayers, as I said. I also want to say that all of the problems in the abutter on Lunenburg Street, we've had to use a lot of city resources. Ms. D'Amato-Rogian and I are not hesitant to call Beth Walsh, the former ward councilor. We're getting Mr. Cruz in line. But we've worked with the police, Daniel Boudreau, Chartrand, Mark Barbadero, I'm saying that wrong, to address these absentee landlord issues. Looks like if this is condoized or whatever, the developer's not going to live in these. Somebody is going to rent them out. We've spent a lot of city resources, and we've worked tirelessly to not allow a continuation of quick list of problems. Yellow dump truck parked there, tow truck parked on the street, running all night and coming and going all night. Sounds of domestic violence or screaming. Illicit drug use evidence. Cars coming in without license plates in the middle of the night, and the renters working on them there. Kind of look like a chop shop. Who knows? But we fought as a neighborhood group to eliminate these problems and to prevent them from the future, because we knew if that went on, it was just going to take over the whole neighborhood and the whole street. And neighbors don't want any more problems. So my personal concerns with granting a permit for this duplex, that I keep hearing the plans, the ideas change and the theories change. But my concern is it's going to reduce my property value. They're going to sandwich a house into a tiny space. And what I was saying before was that these are single-family houses, but they all have a fair amount of space between them in the house. This is going to be sitting on top of my property virtually. It's not going to look right. It's not going to feel right. And it's a tiny space. I'm going to lose privacy. There's going to be increased noise. The children aren't going to have anywhere to play other than in the street and in my yard or in the other abutters' yards. Presumably there are children attached. It's going to destabilize the neighborhood. And there'll be less greenery. They're going to put asphalt and tar. They desire to put parking in front of it. And the views in generally will be diminished without the greenery. And as I said, I was present at a 12/10, December 10th meeting with the developer, a councilor, Ms. Dematarosian, and a couple other neighbors. We walked around the space. We kind of plotted it out, measured it out roughly. It looked to my unengineering, untrained mind that the property, the land was going to be filled with buildings. The other neighbors would be here tonight, but they're hardworking Fitchburg citizens. One owns a restaurant in Fitchburg, and he couldn't be here. In other words...
Just do me one favor. Don't speak for anyone unless they allowed you to speak for them.
Well, I didn't ask, but okay, I will say that.
Because we can't assume that they're
I'm
for
telling
it or
the truth.
against it.
I get it.
Okay.
I get it. Other people would be here if they could, is all I'll say. We roughly measured the structure. And the duplex doesn't fit into a neighborhood. This is single-family homes with a lot of land between them. So what's this development firm all about? From my research, limited, they purchase cheap land or auction land, build and fill that land, and flip it. Their goal is profit. They're not from Fitchburg. They don't know Fitchburg's charms and challenges. And they're also, they don't listen. They didn't listen to our board chair, Ms. Karen, when she said at the November meeting that she wanted to see a plan for a single-family house. When we talked to him at the meeting on the land, he just pretended that two separate units were a single-family house. He also ignored requirements set by Mr. O'Hara that he wanted all of the information sent to him a week in advance by December 20th for the December 27th meeting. At 4 o'clock, he was that precise. The day of December 27th, the aborted gas line meeting, an hour before the meeting was supposed to start is when I got information. So your rules don't really matter. Your requests don't matter. And a little bit about the fence. I received a copy of the plans today. There was no discussion with me about where to situate the fence, and I was shocked to see the note on note 15 that it would be put exclusively on my property. What else are they planning on doing with my property? I never agreed to that. Never. And it was, to clarify, it was my choice to have a cedar fence. But but I would talk about it. I do not want a vinyl fence. But fences and arborvitae have to be maintained. This property is going to be flipped. You can't assume that the new buyer is going to maintain arborvitaes or fences or anything. They also have ignored the idea of a retaining wall. This is on a steep slope between us. That just went by the wayside. But I also, being kind of a researcher by nature, I looked at the website about the mission of community development and planning. And it said the department is committed to improving the quality of life in Fitchburg. This isn't going to improve the quality of life. There'll be more cars, more traffic. And also part of the mission of the overall organization is enhancing the economic competitiveness and revitalizing neighborhoods. This is going to take down the neighborhood. Or you're going to revitalize us, so I'm calling Representative Cruz and all of you saying, come, we'll fight this one again, because we've done this before. Your mission is to build community and strengthen commercial. I don't think you're going to build community. So the proposed development that I've seen, and it changes from month to month, is it doesn't fulfill your mission, stated mission on the website. You're going to condense the proposal condenses a neighborhood with single-family houses into space with 6 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms or 1 bedroom or whatever comes next, but 2 dwellings into a postage stamp-sized lot. You're going to take out, to achieve that, all the greenery is going to go. It's on that property. And what are they going to do? Asphalt and tar for parking in front. And I don't know if any of you memorize my documents. I sent pictures of my house as compared to the house that they always discuss, is the 63 Beach Street Clegon house, sitting right next door to their neighbors, no greenery, looks like a cement barrier painted to separate them. Fits in that part of Clegon. It doesn't fit on Wilmot Street. So what I would say to you, to take a look at that picture of 63 Beach Street and see if you want that 10 feet away from your house. We all have different design aesthetics, but it doesn't fit with the neighborhood, and in my view, it's not aesthetically pleasing. And again, part of the devaluation of my property. So it seems to me the developers are trying to penalize the neighborhood for their mistakes or oversight in not seeing about the permitting before they purchased the land. Why should I be punished? They bought it. And my question, as I said before, would any of you want to live in a dwelling, next to a dwelling like 63 Beach Street? And once they have the permit in hand, stories come out. They tell you that a meeting that hasn't happened. They tell you they'll have 2 bedrooms or whatever. We'll do whatever.
Well, those are permit conditions. We can make sure all that stuff gets built the way it's supposed to get built.
Okay, good. And there is the issue that I've said before is accountability. This is going to be flipped. It's like we can't say to them, come back and maintain the fence or do this or that. They're in here and out of here.
We can also make those permit conditions too, which we intend to do.
Okay. And any questions for me is what I...
No, but I did. So I did some research after the last meeting. We had a conversation. Someone had said, and I don't know, or maybe I just misheard it wrong. Someone had said that there were only singles on Wilmot. There's only 6 houses on Wilmot. One of them is a 2-family. The other 5 are singles. But when you get to Prescott and Lawrence, they're predominantly 2s and 3s. Right. That Prescott, only one of them is a single out of the 7 on Prescott. And then when you get to Lawrence, obviously, there's a lot of multifamilies on Lawrence. So I was just trying to clarify that the neighborhood is predominantly multifamily. The immediate 4 houses directly abutting are single, but the neighborhood's predominantly multifamily.
Well, you're the expert on this, but it's definition of neighborhood. You know, it's like Wilmot Street, we have names for houses. That's the Burton house. That's the Singleton house. We have someone steps on my property, and I get a tweet storm from neighbors.
Yeah.
Now, not from the people around the corner, but so it's our little neighborhood is what I mean.
Yep. I was just trying to clarify because, like I said, at some point it was said at one meeting they're single family houses and there are multis there. So I'm just trying to make sure that we got an even playing field here. That's all I'm doing.
No, I understand that. I just want to be clear that our definition of neighborhood is, you know, we've all gone to Paula and I have gone to our parents' funerals, and this has gone on for 65 years and 100 years in her case. So from what I see or have heard now is that I request that you deny a permit to build a duplex on there.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Carter.
Thank you for listening. And I can send you a copy of the PowerPoint if that helps.
I wasn't joking. It was very nice when people are, you were very thorough with your letter, and it helps explain your situation so that there's no misconstruing. And regardless of what we end up doing, I took everything to heart, and I'm definitely paying attention to everything you wrote.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Anybody else? Yes.
I'm Paula DeMatarosian. I'm at 85 Lunenburg Street at the corner of 85 and Wilmot. I've been there for 66 years, and just to see that piece of land being developed is very heartful for me, because what's going to happen to the fauna and the flora, my squirrels, my pigeons, and all those that I've seen. But the thing is, the beauty is waking up and going out my kitchen window and seeing a sunrise, and I'm not going to see that anymore because it'll be covered with two-family, whatever, or a duplex. Down the street from me, there's going to be a lot of development going on at Morin Square with all those apartments, so we got a lot of families going in there. Hopefully, they will develop Peters Battery with condos, and maybe we can do condos and duplexes there on Lunenburg Street at the former Peters Battery. Our street is like really great because it's, again, single families up until we get to Prescott Street. So that's like a gem off of Lunenburg Street. So I like to see that. And so hopefully I want to see a single family there as opposed to a duplex. The other thing is, when we had our meeting back in December, one of the things, all our cars were there on Wilmot Street, and guess what? A truck couldn't get by at all because our vehicles were blocking the street. So who's to say, my car's there, my car belongs on that street? No, my car belongs on that street. And I can see this happening with a duplex. A single family, perhaps not, because people pretty much stays in their own driveway, in their own little niche. But at a duplex, nah, I don't think I'm going to see that. So there's going to, and that's the narrowest part of Wilmot Street where this duplex is being built, the narrowest part, because it comes down, narrows, and then winds up again. So that's about it. I'd rather see a single family. I'd like to see a plan for a single family. Again, we don't know who's going to live there. He's going to flip it. There's no question about it. We don't know the families. We don't know how many people, how many cars. So I like to keep it little, feng shui on our street. And that's about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very much.
Oh, yeah. No, what meeting? Oh, yeah. No, I was with him. Yeah, I didn't attend to that meeting, so whatever meeting that was. I was at the meeting with him when you. Yes, they do. Yeah, I was there. So, okay.
Anybody, Counselor? Counselor Cruz.
Hello, thank you. My name is Derek Cruz, and I'm a Fitchburg City Councilor, Ward 6. I'm here to speak on behalf of the constituents on Wilmot who would like to see this application denied. This has been an ever-changing application and process, and we've been handed documents that aren't the actual documents that we end up seeing. There was never a meeting where it was approved that everything's okay, as was previously mentioned. That is inaccurate, and I can say that at the meeting and meeting with all the neighbors, and the texts that I receive and emails I receive, not just from these two but from the neighborhood, is complete. There's not a single person who wants this there. It's completely negative, and there's no desire.
How many people were at that meeting?
In and out, people would come walk out of their buildings, half a dozen, maybe eight total.
And they all said they were against it? Do you know who they were?
I can go through my emails.
I'm just curious. I'm trying to get a feel for who was there, who was who was going back and forth, because we've only heard from two people. You all three, if you include you.
Right.
So it would be helpful to see if there were actually other people that were against this, because to date we don't have that in the public record.
Okay, that's good to know. I assume that there's still some changes that need to be made, so I assume this is going to get pushed to the next meeting already. But I do want to add, and I won't double down too much on what Ms. Jarvie said, but already on that street we have issues with plowing, we have issues with trash getting picked up, and it's not the usual, we won't get into waste management now, but it's the condition of the road. It's too narrow. The plows don't even bother going down sometimes. We have to get a plow in there to snow. The trash doesn't get picked up. Your leaves do not get picked up. Yard waste does not get picked up. And it's going to add so much added congestion, even if it's just 2 rooms in each condo, or in 2 bedrooms. Again, like I said, the plans continue to change. When we met in the first meeting, what I can say is this was handed to us. And then I said, well, what about this? And they said, well, those aren't the actual plans. The plans are coming. And I'm thinking, well, why do I have this? And I'm not sure how good faith the developers have been with us, whether it's just been oversight or whether it's been intentionally kind of just trying to appease us. There's something left to be desired. And I really hope that the plans that we see next month improve, and they do take what you have said to heart, because so far they've heard this body and thought what they wanted to hear and came in with something that wasn't quite what you asked for, but what they were hoping to squeeze by. So I appreciate you not letting this just sort of squeeze by. I appreciate that we're doing our due diligence. And right now, I do want to go on the record. I am opposed to this development as it stands now, and I think serious changes need to be made to it. Thank you.
Anybody else present who would like to speak on this matter? All right, anybody virtual? You can use the raise your hand function.
Well, I know Jeff Hillman at DPW is, oh, there was one hand up.
And Dave has his hand raised, too. Dave Sadowski has his hand raised,
Not
too.
sure that Nick, the DPW commissioner, will be able to, unless he's calling in. So he's asked.
He's not on here anyway. Jeff is, but Nick's not.
I could, for what it's worth, get on the screen and share with everyone Nick's comments that were sent like late this afternoon.
Yeah, so I can read them too, and obviously we're going to forward these to them. I didn't see anything in here that was much other than department, issues with water lines, sewer lines. There's nothing, leaching pit. There's nothing that I think anyone in the audience will particularly care about. Snow removal should be the property owner's responsibility, which is city code anyway. City respectfully requests the applicant to further explain how the proposed swale for stormwater, like Paul had mentioned, which we're going to ask them to make sure they include. Stuff about the O&M plan. None of this stuff pertains to, I think, anything that anyone cares. But we are going to make sure that they at least respond to the department comments. Paula, did you want Mr. Sadowski to say something else?
Is there anybody else before Mr. Sadowski online?
You said two other people that were at our meeting. One is Ed Zanino, Zannino, and the other is Amy.
If they are against it, have them write a letter or have them come to the meeting. Mm-hmm. That's how you do. Because you can't do it third hand, because we've had experience in the past where people say, my neighbor didn't like it. The neighbor comes in like, I never said that. So it's hard to speak for other people. Yes. If you find that they're against it, just have them write something.
Yeah. Well, I just want to make a comment about the accessibility. Finding out at the last minute about meetings is prohibitive for people who work, not any person. And it's like some people are nervous about city events.
Well, they definitely don't have to come. I understand completely.
But also people are afraid to write.
Okay.
Now, I know that Councilman Cruz has had emails from people, but I just want to say the whole process is a little prohibitive if you're not accustomed to speaking, if you're not accustomed to writing.
Acknowledged.
Yeah, I know it's tough. I certainly understand. But you understand what I'm saying, right? We just can't take someone, a third, just like the developer can't say everyone that they talk to is for it. It's the same idea.
I definitely understand.
So,
I just want to say that there was a meeting on December 10th.
Yeah.
Mr. Cruz, Mr. Matarosian, myself, and two other people, I can give you their names, were there.
Yep.
And nobody, from my point of view, nobody in that group was happy about this.
Okay.
Perfect. But thank you.
So is there anybody else in our virtual realm?
I don't know if he still wants to speak, but his hand's not raised, but I never unmuted him, so Dave's unmute. Dave, if you had something to add,
Sure.
I never had you muted, so go ahead.
Yes.
Through the chairman, if I could, Councilman Cruz, I don't see how you can say the developer isn't trying to work with the neighborhood here. He actually had a meeting where we invited people to come down for comments. The reason the plan changed, number two, is because the board asked us to change the plan. So you saying that all the time the plans
Let's not attack anyone. Just speak what you want to speak.
All right, I just want to say that fence is not going to be able to put it on her property, and she's not going to be able to say it's a cedar fence if she doesn't want to have control of it, as far as a buffer. So it's going to have to get located somewhere else as a barrier. Her frontage is 75 feet. Our property frontage is 75 feet. They're both the same size lot. I just wanted to point that out. She was saying that we have a postage stamp. It's the same size as hers. And I guess we'd have to look at the type of fence the council would want or the planning board would want. on the property if we're going to have to maintain it. And I guess plastic would be the best way to maintain it.
Well, the gist of that fence is going to be, even if it's on your site, it's going to be whatever the abutter wants. I don't care what the applicant wants.
The applicant wanted to put in whatever the abutter wanted.
Perfect. All right, we'll get there. That's the least of the issues we have to deal with. But Dave, did you have any other comments?
No, I'll just be at the next meeting.
Okay, there's DPW comments we can forward to you as well.
Yeah, I'll forward them.
great.
I got them at 4:30, Dave.
Yeah.
Provide this a copy to Mr. Silver, too.
If I could say one last thing, we have to have stuff in a week in advance, and the DPW submits stuff hours before the meeting, just for the record.
Duly noted. I have been on record, and I will mention to Nick again, that shouldn't happen. Department comments should be done a week beforehand, and I know Jeff is here, and Jeff, you can relay that to whoever you need to relay. They need to be done a week beforehand.
And I still want to express, though, from the applicant, like, the materials are mismatched, and I've sent comments a couple weeks ago, too, regarding that, so.
And that's the other aspect too, Dave. If you need department comment, yours have to be in probably 2 weeks beforehand, because they need at least a week to review them. So take that into account as well. If you get it a week beforehand, they obviously can't turn them day of either. So we need to work together on that. But I understand what you're saying.
It's the architect. My plans will be in 2 weeks before.
Well, one has to be match the other, so you have to choose.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Silver?
So just want to clarify, the meeting that we had December 10th, I believe the councilor said about 8 people.
Just address us.
All right, the councilor said about 8 people that was there. I believe it was like 3 of us.
That's fine. We don't need to go into this, because it doesn't matter who was there, because no one else has said anything other than the 3 people that are here. So let's ignore that for now, because it doesn't matter. Do you have something else you want to say?
The other thing I want to say to them, that the land, if they're really wanted the land there, I can sell to them, no problem, no hard feelings. I have have until next meeting to make a purchase if you want, I forgot her name. Paula, yeah, she's really concerned about the runs, sunrise, all that, the squirrels, all that. I understand. I can offer to her, purchase the land.
Yep. Look at us. Look at us. Address us.
All right, no problem.
If you're going to negotiate, do it after the meeting.
I'm not negotiating. I want to expose to you what I'm feeling. That's all. And then if she wants it, I can sell it to her. And until next meeting, you can get this over.
I do want to say that the reason why I have the zoning map up right there, that you can sit down. This isn't. I'm not addressing you specifically. This is a general comment to the board and to everyone that's here. Something should get developed on this site. Something. Whether it's a single family or 2 individual condo units or a 2-family. I personally think the 2 condo units are an excellent compromise, because they're going to be smaller in size. The combined size is going to be similar to a single family, and they're predominantly for low impact first-time home buyers, things like that, people like that. This is the district that this property abuts, which Ms. Jarvie's property and all the other Wilmot Street properties, the darker color on that sheet there, is Residence C. If this lot were to be in Res C, 2 families are allowed by right, which means this lot size, they don't even need to come in front of us. They're allowed by right. So on your lot, a 2-family is allowed by right. The lot next to it, which this is, the bigger size, which it was split from, is in neighborhood business, which isn't a less restrictive district.
Over a little bit.
Yeah, I got 9 screens up. I'm not looking at what you're looking up, so I can't do much. But so this is neighborhood business, which isn't a more restrictive district. It's a less restrictive district, which means there's more flexibility with uses. So through our zoning bylaw, the expectation is that, generally speaking, although we have more flexibility with a special permit, a 2-family is in keeping with neighborhood business zoning. It's definitely in keeping with Res C, which all of Wilmot Street is, except for this property itself. So I just want to be clear. Our zoning bylaw, the one we just recently revised and we've gone over countless times, this use is destined for this type of site. That is what we made, and the counselor approved our zoning bylaw too. The zoning bylaw is 2 families are allowed in this zoning district. Now, we have a lot of control because it's a special permit, and that's great, but the zoning bylaw says singles and twos are made for these particular types of sites. And that's, so I just want everyone to understand, it is very much in keeping with this neighborhood, and it is entirely in keeping with our zoning bylaw.
Thank you, Paul. Is it, board members have any comments regarding the materials that have been submitted thus far regarding the present
That was
application?
helpful, thank you.
I have a comment.
All right, Alex?
So I kind of tend to lean with Paul on this. It's the right lot that's being able to be built there. I think we do need to add conditions in when it comes to the parking, just because I agree, if it's that narrow of a road where plows can't even get through, more cars are just going to cause a problem. So maybe with the build, like the way the condos would be built, have restrictive parking where it's the driveway or a garage and no road parking as part of the condition.
The one thing, too, that I kind of want to alleviate some concerns about with whomever this gets sold to in the future, permit conditions carry with the land. So if we say you have to maintain the fence, you have to maintain landscaping, you can't park unregistered vehicles, which is city code, which you already can't. You have to, all of these things that were brought up, we can make them permit conditions, and if they are violated, if they don't do them, the building inspector can enforce them. They can fine the future property owner or the current property owner, if he's in violation, to make sure that the property is well maintained and people aren't, creating trash in the neighborhood or illegally parking on the street, or all of these issues that were brought up. Those can all be special permit conditions that will carry in perpetuity forever with this property. The other alternative, too, it's not something we generally do, but I wouldn't be against it, and we can certainly talk to or convey to the applicant that this provision is we make it so that they have to be. He had already said that they were going to be created. A condo was going to be created. We make sure that they have to be owner occupied and not rented, which means that they have to sell the units. I don't think that that's an unusual request at all. I think that if you're building 2 condo units, the intention probably would be to sell them anyway. Is that your intention? Yeah. So I mean that might alleviate some concerns too, in that you wouldn't have a building with 2 tenants, or that they can only rent one of them. At least one of the units has to be owner occupied, something like that. And I'm just spitballing here. I don't know exactly what the possible solution is. The applicant should know that based on all these comments, and I'm sure he does by now, that all of these comments and concerns go away if you just decide to build a single. If you decide to build a single-family house, I think that everything goes away and it's a non-issue, and you can just build the house and we can be on our way.
Special permit, though.
What's that? No, I know. I'm just saying all of these issues we brought up, if he brings a plan for a single-family house, I have no concerns whatsoever, other than just fine-tuning the way it looks on the site. But I'm just giving all sides to the story here.
Okay. So, next comment. Amanda? You have any thoughts? Amanda? Maybe Amanda's not there. Alin?
No, I'm here. I'm sorry. I just couldn't. I had the screen flipped around and I didn't know where my unmute button was.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
I just, I really wish that more people who were developing in Fitchburg were the people who wanted to live in Fitchburg. I understand the abutters' concerns and I sympathize with them. And I do, if it was a single-family home and somebody wanted to buy that home and raise their family here, I think that's a great intention. But I know that's not the intention. So the other thing is I really would like to see, you know, the actual plans with the actual bedrooms and the actual parking and like, you know, what we're supposed to approve as opposed to this is what we're going to do and that's what we looked at last month. And, you know, I guess, you know, eventually we're going to continue this and we're going to hope that next month we have a valid plan in front of us that we can see and vote on.
What are your thoughts on the duplex?
I would prefer a single family if, just because it is in nature with the other 4 houses that are already on top of each other on this very narrow street. And the truth is it's not, it is in NBD and it's not in residency. So here we are.
Right.
And it should probably be a single family in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you. Alin?
I think this is, it's a balancing act. Obviously, there will be something developed on the land, whether it is by right or whether it is with or without our input. And it's just very hard because you want to see new development in Fitchburg, and I understand the concerns of the neighbors, that this is not something that they particularly care for in their backyard. So there's going to need to be more communication between the developer, with the neighborhood, with our input, and I think we're at the beginning of something that's going to require a lot of negotiation and collaboration if we are to approve a duplex in this neighborhood.
So one of the questions, well, again, if you're in favor of a duplex or a single family, which we want to communicate to the developer, you know, for the next meeting, what they should be coming back with.
And I hate to be difficult, but I would like to see both if possible. I think I'm a very visual person, and I think it would be helpful to see what a duplex would look like versus what a single family would look like. And I know in previous instances we've had issues where we want to try to keep the design in line with the existing neighborhood. So I'd really like to see something along those lines that's not going to stick out like a sore thumb in the neighborhood.
Okay. Makes sense, yep. All right, Tracy?
I'm kind of on the fence too with whether the condos or the single family, with what they've proposed so far. It looks nice, and I think that helps. And I do like the duplex. I think probably a little bit more. I think because of the surrounding neighborhoods as well.
Okay.
One question though, now, if it's a condo, there has to be an association too, so that could have some type of control
There would be a
as well.
master deed submission, yes.
Right, so I didn't.
Yeah, when you have when you have a condo, the legal principle there would mean that each unit owner would have a percent interest in the total project, the total, in this case, most likely 50% interest in the total project. Therefore, if one unit owner was doing something that made the property not look good, the other unit owner would have a financial interest in making sure they didn't do that. So that's, you know, that's another potential benefit. I think either way, I think the original plan of just a conventional two-family, you know, one unit on the first floor, one unit on the second floor, thankfully we did away with that because I understand the abutters. We want to make this have the most minimal impact on the neighborhood as possible, and it's either this or a single family.
All right. Any further comment?
No, I would say just to make sure, obviously, we'll make sure that, and I think you said you got the DPW letter, just obviously make sure that that those are reviewed, those are incorporated into the plan, however they need to be incorporated into the plan. Our conversations today about, take the things to heart that we talked about obviously, at the very least, if you're going to present the same plan again, make sure that the plan matches your elevations, that the, like I said, my recommendation, and I'm not speaking for the whole board, but if you decide to go this route with a duplex, that they shouldn't be more than 2 bedrooms each. Relocate the fence onto your site, because it sounds like Ms. Jarvie doesn't want it on hers, and I certainly understand that. You can make it right on your property line on your side. If she preferred, like I said, we normally do vinyl, but if she preferred cedar, leave it cedar and just make it on your site. That's fine. It's the least you can do for an abutter. I don't know, it looks like that causes some problems with some of the trees that you were going to keep on the site. I'm looking at it now. I don't know. I don't know. Obviously, I'm not the engineer here, but you'll have to look it up. And then, some of the things, like I said, I would just recommend if we do ultimately look at this again next month, and it's not a single, that you make sure that third floor space isn't finishable at all. So as long as you kept to that original plan, it looks like it wouldn't possibly be finishable. We don't want like a walk-up third floor or anything like that. And then take into account what the abutter said. See how you can minimize your impacts as best as possible.
Is that enough? Got that feedback?
Dave has his hand raised.
Yes, Dave.
You're unmuted, Dave. You just have to click the microphone there.
If we're going to be showing 2 bedrooms on each side, do we need 3 parking spaces for each?
Absolutely.
Well, I think
the idea was, and we've expressed that there is a parking issue. We want most off-street parking as possible.
Oh, okay, that'll just increase the pavement, that's all.
Understood. Seeing it, we also want it's like adding landscaping. So it's like, I'm not sure what you're proposing for that, like middle landscape strip there, but at one point, the prior proposal, but it had more parking off the
because what they're going to have
side of the building.
What they're going to have to do, it looks like, Paula, is they're going to have to do side by side if you do that, because there's only 27 feet from that garage to the property line. So obviously, 2 parking spaces, you need 18, 18, 36. So that's what he's saying. He's saying, I just don't want him to come back with the plan and have 4 parking spaces across, and you say that's not okay.
Correct.
Because that's...
that's not what I'm looking for.
Okay, so just to be clear, Dave, I think, and Paula, stop me if I'm wrong, you're saying just make the driveway go straight out to the street. And then however many cars you can fit in that 1.5 or whatever.
But wasn't it going out to the street anyway?
Yeah, it is.
How long
but it's
is
only
that?
27. It's 27 feet to the end of the property line, according to his plan. And then it looks like another,
So you can,
10
still
feet.
only 1 car?
And then it looks like another, I can't see edge of pavement here, but it looks like 10-ish feet to the edge of pavement.
Dotted line.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So
The dash line is Wilmot.
So maybe you get a little more, because it's like it's like that building is 44 feet wide, which is pretty wide now for the lot.
If they have it go all the way out to the street, that's still 37 feet to the street. It's only 27 to the right of way, but it's 37 to edge of pavement. That's still 2 car widths. I mean, you could still fit 2 cars in there deep. So I think that kind of answers what you were trying to do. Just have
2 car deep plus the garage.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. So Dave, I don't think we want to see like
we don't want to.
You don't want to see 36 feet wide of pavement. The width you have there going out to the street, it looks like you can fit 2 normal sized cars in that space anyway.
That's correct. That's all I want to clear it up. I didn't want to put pavement all the way across.
Yeah.
No, and
I was trying to clear it up so that you didn't bring a plan that way, and then we go back and forth
and then
back and forth.
There's like a landscaping strip in between, apparently.
Yeah, there's a grass strip on the plan.
Yeah, to make sure it's of substance so that it.
Yeah, I think what you're going to have to do is it won't be grass because grass won't survive with salt and sand. So you'll most likely have to do, mulch or, what, junipers or something in between that 3-foot section you have there, 4-foot section you have there, however big it is. So you can just revise it to get rid of the grass strip and put landscaping strip.
Correct. And I'll also show some landscaping plantings that will be used. I'm hoping that we can get continued sometime later in March to make sure that we have everything 2 weeks in advance into your department so they can review and get it back to us with a week to go.
We can continue it right to March. I mean, we have,
Yes.
quite honestly, we have a lot on our agenda anyway, so I have no problem with that. The one thing, I suppose you guys, I know you guys know this, and I think I know how you feel about it, but I can't convey enough the fact that if you do a single, a lot of these problems go away. So I just want to keep saying that, so.
If the neighborhood bought it, we wouldn't have to worry. Thank you.
Well, so single-family, 3-bedroom, single-family home, I would think would also be desirable.
Okay. Make a motion to continue to our March meeting. So the butters, just so you guys know, you don't have to come back February. It will not be on our agenda. It will be on our agenda March, which is...
8th.
The what?
28th.
Okay, 28th of March.
Okay.
Yep. So we have a motion, Paula, but no.
Thank you.
Second.
With the motion's made with the second, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, continued till March. Thank you, everybody, for participating.
Come on down.
Let's see. Is Mark here from?
No, Mark's
Still
will
not
be
here?
late,
Okay.
so just
Where
move
am I
on.
at?
And this would be Old Princeton, which technically isn't, I kind of mislabeled it. I think Bill Hannigan is in the wings, and he just wants to float the idea of an 8-unit building on Old Princeton and reapply.
Oh, is he online?
Yep.
So in front of us, we have modification of special permit
Oh, I did see him, though.
2019-19 Final Touch Contractor, LLC, increase from 4 units to 6 units, I can speak, on Old Princeton Road, is continued from our November meeting.
All right, let me pull up, if I can get the Dropbox.
Oh, Nick's
Can
on.
everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Bill.
Good. Sorry that I couldn't make it, and I'm traveling tomorrow, so.
No worries. What do you want up on the screen, Bill?
I think the latest one.
Why don't we bring up the November one first, and then we'll flip over to the one I sent over. There was one that was rendered, actually, which would be better.
Okay. Let me see what I can find here.
On top.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if you could also bring up, so that we can go back and forth, the one we just sent over to Mike. And what we're working with, should be another one in there.
Yeah, it's there. I was going to give you time to start that one. This is the other one.
There's another one that's rendered.
Oh, I don't
That
have.
matters. Whichever one you can see better.
Yeah, I don't have a rendering in this for the other one, but anyway,
That's fine.
This is your rendering of the
Okay,
6.
so this is the present proposal.
All right, so at our last meeting, we talked about, and part of it was relative to the, rehashing of the old permit versus the new and stuff like that, and I think we got that pretty much cleared away. And then from there was, I think the comments from the departments hadn't come in yet, or came in maybe while we were in the meeting or at the meeting or something to that effect. And I was under the understanding that there were going to be further comments, which I guess there aren't. But I have had a couple of conversations with some people within the various departments, specifically the water department. I've had a couple of conversations with Mike about this, and one of the major things that's changing from the original approval is that there's an existing 2-inch water main that comes from 5th Mass Turnpike up the road, and the original plans were approved with that 2-inch main being utilized to feed domestic water to this development. Based upon the reviews by the city departments, they're going to request that the line be, or the water main be upgraded and replaced from, and I believe that the tap has already been made from what I've been told, off of 5th Mass and onto Old Princeton Road, and then so basically we would replace the water main all the way up. I believe it's an 8-inch tap, and I had one conversation where I was proposed to go down to a 6, and then bring that up to a hydrant. So that's on the second plan. If you could bring that up.
So it's six down Old Princeton Road from an 8-inch on 5th Mass?
Yes. Actually, I don't know what the size of it is on 5th Mass. I think it's larger than that. Nick might have better information, but the stub is 8-inch, and we would go from the 8-inch stub down to 6-inch, and then run 6-inch all the way up to a hydrant. So that's shown on the opposite side of the street, or the traveled way from the development. There's this proposed 6-inch water main connect to 8-inch stub at 5th Mass Turnpike is the note. We would add a hydrant at the end of that line for flushing purposes. And obviously along the way, we would have to disconnect people from the 2 and add them into the 6-inch line along the way. So that's part of the change. And the biggest part of that is that adds a significant dollar value to the project with respect to the development cost of the project at the land, and that was one of the reasons going from 4 units to 6 units was to do that. And if you remember correctly, this was originally approved at 8 units. And so what we're now looking at is going back to the 8 units. So if you go back to the previous plan, we have 3 units side by side. I really want to focus on the limit of clearing, because the limit of clearing on this plan and the new plan are the same. There's no change in the amount of disturbance we're going to be doing on the land. What happens is the driveway gets shifted a little bit to the north, and the buildings get shifted a little bit in different directions, east and west and north and south, basically to be able to fit. And it would be the same exact unit that's being proposed right now. We would just add one more unit to each building. And there's a pinch point that happens between the drainage system that heads down between the 2 buildings now. So that's why the buildings end up getting a little bit closer to the property line. But with this, what would happen is that the developer would be able to basically justify the cost of bringing that water main all the way down. I mean, it's about 500 feet, so it's not a small task by any means. And that I think provides a benefit to the neighborhood and to the community in general, to provide better water services, better fire protection in this area, because now there'll be a hydrant down the road instead of having to drop hose and run the hose 500 feet. You'd be able to go up to the end of the road and hook onto the hydrant and do any firefighting duties you had to do. And hopefully that doesn't happen, but at least the ability to do so would be there. So if you look at the erosion control on this plan around the edges, and then you flip back to the other plan, you can see that it's the same exact shape. And that's what we're doing now, is we're adding some definition we're adding some depth to the building, actually some width to the building. And so we get a little bit closer to the property lines than we were before. So now we're trying to hold or maintain a 15-foot setback requirement for the buildings. We do have, which the previous plan did not have, and I don't think that the original plan had, but we are providing visitor parking on this. I think there are 6 or 7 spaces on the plan. So if we can zoom in just to one of the units, Paul.
Yep.
Here in your discussion that you just had. So if you, what we have is we have a garage inside the building essentially. All right, so there'd be a full garage right there. There would be a driveway that would lead out to that, which you could have a parking spot there. But then just to the left of every single unit, just below that, there's another parking space right there. That's the 9x18 space that conforms to the zoning. So you have basically 2 spaces side by side, and you can either park behind the garage or in the garage. And if you count the garage, that technically makes 3 per unit. These would be 3-bedroom units, but I think that the two number of spaces being 2 is really works out well. You know, as far as making sure that there's adequate parking on the property. And as there are more units, we felt that it would be a good idea to add the visitor parking spaces because you're getting into a larger development area. The increase in pavement on this, we would have to evaluate. We'd have to reevaluate the drainage system, so we'd have to go back and do a little bit more work. But what I wanted to do is bring this to the board tonight to go over the changes that we're talking about and make sure that we're all on the same page before we go heavy into the drainage calculations and getting those redone. We are changing some of the drainage mechanisms. There was a swale along the south side of building number 2, which we're now adding a catch basin in, and directing that to the sediment forebay, which would then go to the drainage basin. In what we're adding, because the regulations have changed, is we're adding the stormwater quality unit at that manhole, which is in front of unit 2A, right there. Yep. So that is an improvement to the drainage. We've shaped out the basin a little bit bigger because of the increase in impervious area, but it had quite a bit of capacity, so it may not need to be increased to the level it is. But we're trying to make sure that we're accounting for things as we go along. So with this, we wanted to get feedback from the board as far as the approach goes. And then, as Mike stated, we would be put on the agenda for the next meeting in February to be able to, I believe you have to re-advertise, Mike?
Yes, I had asked that this, if you were seeking 8, that's double the amount of the existing permit. It was previously advertised for 4 to 6 units.
Right.
So I would ask that you, if you were really seeking to go for the 8 units, that you would withdraw this modification and submit a new one. So it'd be re-advertised and just pay the difference in the fees for the increased units.
Okay.
I want to make it clean.
Is the fee the same, Mike? Is it still 300? Just
Not
either
sure
way?
if it's the same.
Because they don't have to pay the 300 twice. If it's just the same for.
Yeah, I think I'd have to check.
Okay.
Because this is not.
I mean, if it does cost more, if the permit would cost more, if the application would cost more for 8 units than just the difference. If it's the same and just a new permit, they can just pay to re-advertise.
Yep. Okay.
Obviously,
I want to ensure that all the abutters and everyone due process, since it's pretty much doubling the present permit. For the
So
number of
before we
units.
go that far, what I'd like to do is get some feedback from the board, realizing that it's a good sized change. But I think this plan is well laid out. I think the site can handle the amount of units. And the original one that had 4 units, the units are probably double the size of these units. So that's one of the things. Eliza, what's the square footage of these units again?
1,300. These? 1,500. All right, so we have that. Did you speak to the abutter to the north who was present at the prior meeting regarding the landscaping and fence?
That's
to
the
north
brick
and the
at
south.
100. Oh, yeah.
All right, so
Wasn't that the one to the south?
Was it to the south? Was it to the south?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So clarify, we'd like to have that clarified on the plans, so, in the new set, rather than just more comment, if you could reach out to the abutter regarding that.
Yeah, I think the last meeting, I'm going from memory, so I'll just retract. I think that I understand the question and what the board's asking. I think it's part of our resubmittal. I
believe there was an old fence there, so it's either like replace the fence, what would the abutter like to see? And now with knowledge that it could be additional units, again, what would the abutter like to see? Just vegetation, vegetated buffer, or
landscaping along that side?
Right. So, correct. So like that vetted out would be helpful. Other things just to think about too, any location that's just for any solar, so that you just clarify that with these, so that whether or not there's going to be any ground mounted allowed anywhere and or any roof, that's evaluated and dealt with accordingly, who can do what, as well as any options for, because it's like multi-units, EV charging stations as potentials. Options.
Yeah, we probably could make what we've done with other projects relative to EV. I'm not sure if this project is really solar. I'd have to take a look at the roof lines, if it's really solar ready, if you will. But I think we could definitely run conduits from a common. There's going to need to be a common meter here somewhere. We could run a conduit over to the area in the event that EV stations are desired.
I just want to make sure it's just, it's better if it's planned out or thought out ahead of time, just to make sure you run appropriate conduits and, again, with the roofing structure and everything's uniform. Someone has it, someone doesn't.
Yeah, I could talk to Elijah about that. It might be that we make it so that each of the units are EV adaptable, as they go forward, so that there's room in the panel, if you will, for that particular type of use.
Mm-hmm. And of course, landscaping enhancements, probably at least obviously around the driveway entrances and the parking area, separating that in the, I'm looking here, I can't speak. The storage area towards the frontage.
Yeah,
some type of aesthetic, some type of aesthetic between the parking and that, if it's a, down gradient.
Are you talking about right where we have the proposed stockpile area?
Is it visitor parking?
Yeah.
There, without, showing any, does it go down gradient towards like is that a stormwater area? I can't read it. It's too small.
Yeah. So the grading of the old plan had the grading shed off towards the south.
Okay.
What we're doing instead now is we're capturing all the runoff from that paved area and directing it to the catch basin and sending it back to the basin the other way.
Okay. I just seen like stockpile area.
The stockpile is just during construction.
Okay.
Yep. So that would be loamed and seeded. That'd be part of the open space area for the residents to use.
Okay. So that would be something vegetative in front of the parking area from the street. I'm not sure what you can see from the street at this point, but again, I'm not opposed to myself. Looking at the 8 for the density, there was an original permit at this location for 8 at one point in time. As the infrastructure can support it. And then it was also discussed about paving the roadway down to the driveway. So that would also improve the present condition of Old Princeton Road.
I guess we have to figure out exactly what that means, because I know that
we talked about that.
Yeah, well, it's all about the definition of pavement.
True, we said paved, and when DPW says paved.
Right. So is your concern width? Because I don't think length is a question. It's from the entrance of your project to Fifth Mass Turnpike.
No, it's depth more than anything, quite frankly. In other words, if we're gonna go out right now, my understanding is that there's a gravel base that's existing out there, and that there was rough pavement, was probably the old oil and sand mix tar that they would put down, and then eventually that broke down, and they went in and they essentially pulverized and put in, from what I understand, grindings, which do well. So it seems to me like there's a really good base there, and if we're talking about basically just doing some fine grading and throwing down an advanced binder that could then be paved by the city in a future date, I think that we would be amenable to that.
And then I don't have the topo view here, but there's like a driveway a little bit to the south, still along the frontage area, whether or not that's the last driveway on the street on the opposite side. If it is, I'd say consideration should be made to at least bring the pavement down to.
So bring it down to our property line.
Right, to service the driveway, if that's, particularly if it's a.
Paul, do you see a hand raised?
Oh, no, I wasn't.
Mary Ellen?
No, Paul, are you taking comment?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Please just state.
Bill, we'll get to you in 1 minute, okay?
Please just state your name for the record. Who's on? Who's looking?
Yeah, Mary Ellen, all you got to do is click the mute button. I already unmuted you. Or the microphone, but I assume there's a microphone on the screen. I don't have it in front of me.
Well, maybe it's for another item, too. No?
What's that?
Maybe it's for another agenda item, too.
Yeah, it's Mary Ellen Christian, so...
For Old Princeton Road?
I don't know. There we go.
No. Hi, Paul. No, I was just listening in, so I'm not.
Okay.
Oh, no problem. Your hand was raised. I'll lower it. Don't worry.
I'm sorry.
No worries at all.
Okay. Have a good night. Thank you.
Yep.
Just a quick comment. If you're looking for a few insights from the board, anyway, I think the project in general has pushed all the right buttons with me. I have absolutely no problem with the density of the project going from 4 units to 6 units, especially when it was approved at one time for 8 units. I like the fact that you're going to improve the water situation in the area. That's going to be a little better for fire protection. I really like the fact that the units all have great parking, not only a garage, but 2 other spaces, along with visitor parking. But the main thing that I really enjoy about the project is the appearance and the architectural renderings. I think a lot of thought has gone into that, and I think it's just a great-looking project. So I would certainly be in favor of voting for the approval of the project.
So he's looking to go from up to 8 units now with the new proposal. So he's going to revise plans and resubmit, would be the idea.
Yep.
Any other board member have any comment, feedback for the developer regarding this application?
I agree with Pete, 100% what Pete said.
Okay. Thank you, Amanda.
Yeah, I agree with Pete, too.
Thank you, Alex. Any thoughts, Elaine?
I was going to say, should I just say, I agree. No, I agree. I think Pete made some great points, and they're very much along the lines of what I was thinking.
Okay.
And another thing is that the project has a super location. I mean, who wouldn't want to live there? You jump out of there and you get on Route 2, it's perfect. So, it's a great development, and I think it's great for the city.
I think that, obviously, we did have an abutter too. I don't know if they're here or not, but we did have an abutter that was interested in comments previously. And I think that the one thing they need to that anyone that lives in the area needs to understand is, I suppose the difference is, theoretically building 4 the way it was permitted, or building 8 and making the neighborhood better with new street, new water. I think that's predominantly the difference, and I can see the trade-off in the additional units in exchange for, making that road drivable again. Although the grading that I assume it was DPW, the grading that they had done recently, it was actually well maintained when I was there 6 months ago or whenever it was. But it's just kind of like regraded gravel now, so that's probably not going to last. So it would be nice if it got paved and whatever water issues the water department has get solved. So.
Okay. Any further feedback the board has? And any further public comment at this time for the developer? Okay. All right, Bill, do you have any questions?
Oh, sorry. I had muted him just because I didn't want to go back and forth. Sorry, Bill.
I mean, so it looks like, with the proposals pretty good, and we're open to the proposal, so to see the revised plans.
I think he's going to respond. Bill, do you want to respond to Paul?
Yeah, I was muted, so. I'm thinking now about the comments that were made relative to making sure that we have this run through, the new plan run through the departments in time for the next meeting. I'm actually heading out of town for a couple weeks, and I'm not sure if we're going to all have enough time to get everything back to the city a week before for the review, so that they can get their comments back to us a week before.
So just to be clear, Bill, because this has already come up, and Paul and I have talked about this. We have some work to do on this, and I've been corresponding with Commissioner Erickson too. We have planning board rules and regs that we're gonna get more strict about as far as what we do, but it's gonna be 2 weeks before in order to have department comment for a meeting, because that should give adequate time for everyone to look at it. It should give someone a week before a meeting, a week and change before a meeting to review
I'm going to
it.
be gone for 2 weeks, and then I'm going to have to come back. And
Right.
So are you looking for March?
Back to you.
Is it the
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion.
March.
The only reason why I was correcting you was not this one in particular, was that so everyone understands, a week before doesn't give people, enough time to respond, because then it gets done
a week
the night
before
of the
for the
meeting,
engineering review, and then a week, and get the engineering review back a week before the meeting. Yeah, that's the 2 weeks.
Hopefully that's the plan, but we have a lot of talking to do with the mayor's office and everything else to get all these things ironed out. But yeah, so in March it is. Doesn't matter to us.
Timeline works for a March meeting. I guess the only reason why I was hoping to be able to not withdraw this permit and just change the scope of the permit is because of the fact that all the paperwork that has to be filed, and I'm not going to be around for the next 2 weeks. So what that would do is that would allow us to get the advertising done for the March meeting, and then when I got back, we could get all the plans squared away over the next 30 days and have everything back wrapped up in front of the planning board for a neat bow, to be able to hopefully gain our approval in March.
Well, it has to be re-advertised as 4 units
No, that's
to
fine.
8 units, so it really think it would be a new application request.
Okay.
I mean,
Try to figure out how I can do that.
how you...
Couldn't you just do it as a modification? And it's being increased from whatever the most recent
Well, it's
number
already
of
been
units
advertised.
to 8.
How do you change the advertisement because it's been advertised as 4 to 6 units? This is the application that was submitted.
Okay.
So it has to be re-advertised as 4 units to 8 units to every butter 300 feet.
Right, and
Yeah.
that can be done. Well, why does it need to be a new application as opposed to a modification of the existing special permit?
We're changing because we're changing the actual application itself.
It's a modification.
It is, I know it is, but it's also double the number. It's not minor. It is part of the public hearing process, I understand. I just want to make sure everybody, I guess the whole intent is ensuring that on the process, that the public is made
Right, understand,
fully
Paula,
aware.
and they will be, and we'll get it in the paper, et cetera, and redistribute.
So, Paula, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Because when I get back, what I'll do is I'll get the new application filed and work with the departments to get the reviews done prior to the meeting.
Okay, sounds good. So if that's the case, why don't you ask us to give this leave to withdraw so we can take this off our agenda?
Oh, you know me better than that.
Well, do you want to continue it to our March meeting?
This public hearing to the meeting in March.
Okay, and then you can give it leave to withdraw in March once you have the new application in.
Yes.
I will at the meeting in March. If everything goes well, we'll tackle that at that point in time.
That's perfect. I have no problem with that. Make a motion to continue our March meeting.
All right, motion's been made.
Second.
With the second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right.
Thank you very much for your
Thank
help
you.
and guidance.
Thank you.
Good luck, Bill. Oops, sorry about that. Bill, I didn't mean to do that to you. He logged off anyway. I clicked the unmute button. All right.
All right.
I saw Mark, but I think he's chatting out in the hall. So.
Okay.
Yep, we could take that one up. Is Counselor Van Hassinger still here?
Was he here a second ago?
No, a number of minutes ago. He was sitting there. I don't know if you see. If they're both here at the same time, that would be good.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm going to have to make a note, too, the stuff we continued to March. I'm going to have to make a note to whoever's taking over for Mike to make sure that those are on the March agenda, because I don't want them to get lost in the shuffle in February.
Got notes. All right, so next up, we have modification of special permit for Arden Mills, 118 Bemis Road, conversion of clubhouse to office. There's the applicant here for that.
I'm not seeing the usual names that we see, either Tim or Ted.
I did not see any site plan, however, in the packet, so.
I see a Timothy Kuhn on the...
Yeah, no, I don't...
Different Tim? Okay.
Want to skip over and go back later, in case anyone shows?
If there's no one here for that, we don't have any materials regardless. We have site plan review for Antonio parking plan for four-family dwelling at 41 Dumas Street.
Nadell is on the call, and you are all set whenever you're ready.
Hey guys, how you doing today? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Nadell Antonio, so I'm representing over here at 40 Dumas Street.
Yep.
We are proposing to reinstate the four-family house, and we'll be providing 8 parking spots behind the property. You can see there the 8 parking spots. We have 3 right behind the house, right in front of the 8 trash barrels with a vinyl fence. Right behind that, we have 5 other parking spots to make it 8.
Okay.
It's a little tough to see. I know that next property I do, I'll make sure this gets blown up bigger. That way we can see it.
No, this is
fine.
This looks perfectly fine. We're used to seeing these plans.
The paper that I have in my hand, I will talk to Mike, it's too small. So next one, we're going to make it way bigger.
Thank you. What are the number of bedrooms in each of the 4 units?
So we have 2 bedrooms in each unit.
Okay.
You have 2 bedrooms in each unit. Inside, we're going to do minor work. I'm just going to paint inside. Outside of the property, some of the stairs, I'm going to try to fix them up and tighten them up. I'm not happy with them. Besides that, I have some notes from the building department. I'm going to change the water line going inside. Right now, they have 1. We're going to separate them all and do 4 lines. That way, each apartment has its own water meter. Same thing with the electrical. We're going to put 5 meter sockets outside. So each one has their own with a common area.
Nice.
Great. And I'm glad you have the number of parking spaces proposed. I'll just make it clear, this is in front of the board as a site plan. We are not the board that reinstates the four-family use, that is, you're working through the building department for reinstatement for the four-family portion, and you're front of the board this evening for the site plan review portion of that
That
application.
is correct. Thank you.
And Nadel, you had a chance to look at the DPW comments from December 27th?
If I'm not mistaken, yes, I have it in my hand. I have the engineer division, water division, and wastewater division.
Yeah, exactly. Right. If you've looked them over, none of those are problematic at all?
That is no problem at all.
Okay.
I just want to get the meeting through. That way I can call Nick or Jeff and start getting. Once I get the building department all set, I can start getting rolling.
Yeah, and Nick or Jeff, if either of you have anything you want to, any input, you're more than welcome to. Just, obviously I can.
So I did go to the site previously. I like the parking plan. I would just add, there's a retaining wall towards the street that needs repair.
Okay, you want that on the list?
Put that on the list. Also, the hand railings on the stairs, some of the stairs I think were concrete, need some work themselves, particularly going up to the front steps.
Yep, concrete steps.
There we go.
Railing.
Yes, so the concrete steps and the railings, right, you can see some of the front wall there needs, yes, because they're a little bit either uneven or offset there, so kind of tilted. I'm not sure we need to repair that.
And then you can see the deck, what I mean. I'm going to probably paint it and re-screw all that wood, because that way it's not flimsy or anything, you know?
Yep, and I would request that you add some landscaping to the front in that little spot of green. Something that stays, some types of flowering bushes that we'll add. That way you can put that in front of the, the concrete or pieces there and dress up the frontage. Another recommendation would be I know the porches are exposed wood, so you might want to look to beefing that up a bit with either, paint or stain.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Or unless you're replacing that.
Yeah, I'm definitely will be making that look better.
Yes. Well, thank you, Paul, for bringing that up, because those were like the point right out in the frontage pieces. So that's the private right road to the back.
View in the middle here, but I can't quite do it.
Correct. So before, people used to park back there, but it wasn't official. It wasn't something official that we had on print or paper, So that's where they used to park when the people were living in the property.
I think there was some. Can you go just a little bit further down, Paul? Right to the corner, to the next. Not that way. The other way. The other way. Yeah. So it was just the retaining. Yeah, right there. So just see that repair as well.
Yep.
That stuff.
So I went over that with Unitel as well. That was a requirement for them. If I'm gonna move those meter sockets between those two windows, I have to repair. Obviously, that got brought up with Unitel when I had a meeting there with them. That's on my list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other board members? Looks good.
No, I think you pretty much covered it. I think we're lucky or the applicant's lucky, but the city's lucky too that we get off-street parking for this, and that you can access that back portion, thankfully, via that right-of-way or whatever it is. So, no, I think it's good.
So the number of spaces being provided are 8?
Yes.
8 spaces,
yep.
yeah. And the minimum, just say, because they're 2 bedrooms, 1.5, so it's 4.5, 5 spaces. So this is good. You have some additional off-street spaces.
Beautiful.
All right. Any further? So no comment from any board members virtual? Alin? Then I'll take some public comment after.
I was going to say, no, I don't have any additional comments.
Okay. Or Amanda or Alex at this time, no? Okay.
At this time, I don't have any comments.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public or public comment regarding this application, the site plan for a four-family dwelling at 41 Dumas Street?
Not seeing any hands.
Okay.
No, got no one virtually.
Hearing no further comment.
Nor locally. I have nothing else. I mean, I'm ready to close the hearing if you are. Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion's been made with a second to close the hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? And all those opposed? Okay, discussion.
No, I think you had good points. I saw the same thing when I was there, that just however they need to repair the front concrete stairs and the retaining wall, I would just say as necessary. Paint and or stain the porch as well as the exterior as necessary, which it sounds like Nadell is doing anyway. And then I like your idea, just add landscaping to that front section. I think that's a good idea too. But aside from that, I have nothing else.
Anybody else? Anything to add? All right. With that
I'll put that in the form of a motion.
That motion with those conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. And we'll take roll call. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. And Tracy?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Alin?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. All right.
Good luck, Nadell. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate your help.
Yep.
Thanks. Have a good night.
You
See
too.
you guys.
Oh, we got one off of the agenda.
We actually finished. All right. Let's see what we got next.
Excited. And we had a request, we had a special permit and site plan review for true storage for 88,000 square foot of existing plaza at 432 John Fitch Highway, and that was requested to be continued.
That's correct.
Is anyone here for 432 John Fitch? No? Okay. Make a motion to continue to our February meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made with a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, continued. 32 JF. That's February. We have site plan review for Rochelo Tool and Die, proposed parking 117 Industrial Road and 10 Stevens Road.
Okay. Pat, anything in particular you want up, just the stamp site plan?
I'm fine with, yeah, oh, yeah. Just the stamp site plan.
Is that a good page for you, this one? Oh, sorry, hold on.
Nope, not
I
that one.
paused the share. All right, let's see if, that one?
Perfect.
Okay, I can zoom in a little bit here too if you want.
Yep. Thank you very much. Yep. For the record, Patrick McCarty, McCarty Engineering, here tonight on behalf of Rochelo Tool and Die. I think everybody in the room knows that they've been up in the Fitchburg Industrial Park for many years with the two facilities, one at 117 Industrial and one at 10 Stevens. So they hired us to prepare the site plans that are before you this evening to construct a driveway that connects the parking lot from 117 Industrial, which is a building on the left, out to Stevens Road, and put 22 parking spaces along that new L-shaped driveway, and also a sidewalk along the parking spaces to the front main entrance of the 10 Stevens Road property. Some grading and stormwater improvements are proposed associated with that construction, all of which have been designed to the city stormwater standards. As part of this project, it was brought to our attention that the current roof drains for 10 Stevens Road discharge down the slope towards the new building that we permitted for Leo Beacott, the Millside Plumbing Building. So part of this plan set shows catching those, their gutters at the back of the building, collecting those in a pipe to a new small stormwater basin that's at the bottom right corner of this plan. Fortunately, it's all really good gravel, so we can infiltrate that, but it does have an overflow that goes down over the hill, directed away from Leo, so we're solving that problem at the same time. So relatively straightforward project in our opinion. And
I know it's in there, but what are the dimensions of the building?
of the building, there's no new building.
It's just the parking area. Oh, okay.
All we're doing is the existing building on the
Okay.
right is 10 Stevens.
Okay.
And the existing building on the left is 117.
I knew they had two buildings there for some
just the
reason.
parking lot in the middle.
Okay, all right. No, very straightforward.
10 Stevens used to be something else before Rushlow bought it a few years ago, and I can't remember the business name. But
It has to be, I bet you it was 10 years ago we built the silo pad for him there. So it's been a
further
while.
to the, I guess it would be, well, to the right, I forgot which, compass direction. Dave Tall.
Yeah, Dave's on the, I saw Dave's name on here. Dave, I don't know if you have anything you want to say, but just raise your hand if you do. There we go. All yours, Dave.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so the first question was, it was Conversation Concepts years ago.
That's it. Thank you, Dave.
And then after that, I can't remember the name either, but it was that place that did like drilling to recover oil or whatever it was in the ground.
Oh, geotherm, Terratherm.
Geotherm. No, something else. It wasn't that. It was
Terratherm.
It was owned by Mr. Baker.
Yeah, that was Terratherm, I believe. Ralph
Terratherm,
Baker,
that was it,
who's
Terratherm.
currently on the Conservation Commission.
Yeah, Terratherm. And then while I'm on, I just want to. Rochelle didn't ask me to participate, but they're wonderful neighbors. So I would encourage anything you can do to help them out, to approve it. They're great people, and I have a 20-something-year relationship with them, and I'm very appreciative for the couple of things they've done for me, particularly during the ice storm. They let me go over to the 117 Industrial Road building and conduct business out of there for a week.
Nice.
So I'm very appreciative for what they've done for me, and if I can somehow return the favor by making these comments, that's what I wanted to participate in.
It's good to hear. I always hear nothing but good things about Lisa and the people there, so good to hear.
They're great people.
Great multi-generation, family-owned business here in Fitchburg.
Thank you.
Not related, doesn't have anything to, but I asked you before, I'm just curious, do you know if Leo ever decided if he wanted to put a sign on our sign? Because he never put one up there. Okay.
I can ask him.
Yeah, ask, because we talked about it before, and I don't know if you ever conveyed it to him, but there's a blank there for him that I'd love it not to be blank anymore if he wants to put a sign up there. So just have him call the community development or the mayor's office or something. We dedicated a space on the sign for him. So.
Okay, perfect.
But as far as this goes, I have no issues whatsoever. As long as there's no other comment, I have nothing.
Landscaping's there. Mike, do we have department comments?
Well, I was going to say, I'm not sure if Nick, name I see, and Jeff.
They're both on here, Nick and Jeff. I don't know if you guys have anything that pertains to this.
Had a chance to take a look.
If not, no problem.
As of this afternoon, we hadn't received any department comments.
Send Nick a note.
What's that?
Let me just send him a note.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'd like some
I know
department
Paula likes
feedback.
nothing more than to clear things off the agenda. so
Exactly.
I would request that a condition of the grant of site plan approval tonight would be for me to just double check with them that they don't have any.
I think we can hear him now,
Oh, okay.
barely.
We're turning on 16. Clear? 16 is on.
Wait, sorry. What item were you talking about?
Who was
Not
that?
sure. I thought it was Nick.
That's somebody dispatching a sander, I think.
Yeah.
The only microphone. Oh, I see. Yeah, Nick. Yeah. You're breaking up a little bit, Nick, but I do see his microphone moving.
Hey, everybody. Internet here at my house, so I'm relying on my cell phone connection right now. Might be a little spotty. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Much better now.
I think the submittal by McCarty was very well put together. I don't have too many comments. I'd just like to see some sort of a verification of the assumptions they made for the soil type and the infiltration rate prior to construction.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Thanks, Nick.
Is there any other feedback, or anybody in the public have their hand raised virtually?
No one virtually.
All right. Any board members have any comments or questions regarding this application? We have enough information to make a
Make a
decision.
motion to close the public hearing.
That would be no.
That would be no on my end. People could still speak.
It's like the Spaceballs wedding. Do you?
It's like
Yes.
who's speeding it up.
Second.
A motion's been made to close the hearing. And with a second, all those in favor say aye.
Yeah.
Aye. All those opposed? Great. Discussion.
I have nothing. I have no conditions. I'm good. I mean, I would just say, like what Pat volunteered, just subject to, it's just clarification with Nick on whatever DPW might require. And aside from that, good to go. Make a motion to approve the...
One quick question. What's the timeline?
Spring.
Spring? Okay.
Must be a pretty quick project, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve the site plan review for Rushlow Tool and Die, 117 Industrial Road, 10 Stevens Road.
Seconded.
Motion's been made with the second.
Subject to that one condition, subject to just following up with DPW.
All right. We're going to take roll call. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say opposed. Tracy?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Alin?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Paula? Aye. All right.
Excellent.
Thanks,
Thank
Pat.
you very much.
Are you here for anything else?
Yep, I'm next.
Wow, we're still in public hearing, so you're not, unfortunately not next.
Let's see.
We got to do public hearings first.
I thought I was the last
We skipped over 2 of them.
Oh,
We just
man.
got to,
Remember last meeting when you moved stuff around for Jamie Rowe?
Yeah.
I remember that.
I'll make sure to make Jamie sit next time.
we have back to,
470?
back to
And-
Arden Mills.
Yeah, no one, I don't think anyone different is here for Arden Mills, so.
So the question on with that is, there was no materials really submitted with that, other than just a request of, I'd like to use more space for parking.
So, yeah.
So we don't have any materials really substantive to review for this request at this point.
There's 2 things that Paul and I both agreed on that I think we kind of need to see, especially because they're expanding from, I think when we did the prior approval, we
So we
kind
have a
of
site plan.
said, go there and we'll see what happens. And now they're expanding. We need a parking plan. We need them to show how many spaces they have, how many spaces they're using, how many employees they have, how many people come and go in a day, that sort of thing, especially because, they're taking over what was supposed to be an amenity for the condo project, which is the recreation center.
Right.
I mean, that was approved and built as an amenity for the condo project. So now, originally it was just the office space. Now it's the office space and the rec center. The other question I had, and Mike, you might know the answer to this, is do we know who is leasing that space? Is that the association that's leasing that space? Or is this still that private developer that bought those units? Remember the guy that bought the 20-some-odd units there 10 or so years ago? He built out the rest of Arden Mills, and...
I think it must be the condo association.
That's what I'm assuming. My point was it should be. The association still should have control over this building, is all I'm getting at.
They have sole control over
They do,
the
okay.
one building
That's exactly what I'm getting at. I want to make sure this is they're not being pushed away, because this is still their amenity. And I do have concerns with Angels of Autism taking over what should be, and I know they haven't been using it, but what should be a development amenity. That's what was always intentioned when we approved Arden Mills. So
They should also look at, on their site plan is on their residential units, just showing that what number of units, bedrooms, and where their adequate parking is. So if they've got additional parking they can afford to not use, then as well.
Based on the requirements when it was built, or based now?
Well,
'Cause I'm sure
take a
that
look at
they
that.
had adequate parking for how many units are there now?
There's 100.
Not that many. Actually built?
No, there were 48 in each building, or 36 in each building. Either 48 or 36 in each building. It says 80 units, something like that, right? Or is there 48 total?
48 total in that one building that was
Right.
built.
I can't,
Well, if
this goes back a ways.
based upon what was established at the time, what the parking requirements were, do they
Well, they
have
have
enough
parking
now?
under the building. They have
Correct,
indoor
right.
parking.
Exactly. But I'm just saying, they have to go through the motions to say, this is my entire site. This
Right.
is what is on the site. This is how much parking is required. I have more than enough parking that can now be used for this building.
I think, I hear you. I think I would be satisfied if we just see the commercial component, we see how many spaces because it's separated from the building anyway, it's nowhere near the building. So if they show what's the parking there now, how many they use, how many they're going to use, because there's 2 numbers. There's how many they use now and how many they're going to use when they expand. to make sure it fits on that, because they can only park there. They can't, there's not really, you can park in that entryway, but they're not supposed to, I'm sure. So,
However, they should think about this, and if they're not going to come up with anything for the next meeting, potentially look for a leave to withdraw and then reapply when they have their materials. Because we've continued it.
yeah, I mean, for now, we can leave it on the agenda till the end of the meeting and not do anything with it, and then we'll deal with it at the end of the meeting in case someone shows up, because they were supposed to be.
Well, we have to continue it if we're good here.
Yeah, that's what I said. When we get to the end of public hearings, if they're not here, we got one more. When we get to the end of,
We're taking it up right now, so let's make the motion.
You want
If
to?
if there's nobody here for this application
all right,
at this time.
make a motion to continue to
We'll
our
continue
February
it.
meeting.
And
Second.
motion's been made with the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Great. Moving on. No going back. Continue.
And now, 4-7.
All right, so now we're back to, is Mark here?
Wait a minute. Oh, you are.
Ah,
Wonderful.
excellent.
I didn't see you back there.
Mark, we have in front of us a special permit for New View Communities for conversion of first-floor resident to residential at 470 Main Street. And actually, it's, right, addition of 7 units, 3 on the first floor and 4 on the second? Well, first floor, depending on which side you're looking at.
Yes.
We'll just say that.
What would you like up? What would you like up on the screen, Mark?
Andreas? I think the file with the rendered views, I'm not sure offhand. That's the one. Perfect.
Yep. It's all you whenever you guys are ready.
Great. Well, thanks for having us, and also thanks for accommodating my schedule. I had to be in Boston earlier, so it's just getting out of town. So this is, I guess, a continuation. I think the biggest thing really is to be able to show the renderings that we had done from last time. I know there was some concerns about that. I think the other, and I think Andreas will be able to walk you through those things. Basically, it's the same project. We're adding 7 units. We're making the commercial space more usable on the Main Street side. So we'll have 2 commercial units there. We're adding 7 units in the back. The unit mix, the 31 units that are there will stay the same, 9 one-bedrooms and 22 two-bedrooms. The new units at the lower floor and on the first floor rear will be 3 one-bedroom units and 4 two-bedroom units. So when we're all done, we'll have 38 total units. 29 will be 2 bedrooms and 12 will be 1 bedrooms. And I know also last time we had talked about the income mix. So the income mix we've changed up a little bit since we were here last time. So right now what there is are 7, right now what we'll be changing to is the 7 Section 8s. That's the same as there is now. We'll be creating 19 units at the 60% area median income, 7 workforce units that can go up to 110% of the area median income, and we'll have 5 unrestricted units. So that's a change from when we were here a few months ago to add more unrestricted units.
19, 6, and 5?
Can you say that again?
19, 6, and 5, and 7.
7 Section 8, 7 workforce, 5 unrestricted, and then I just missed the last number.
19.
19.
Sorry.
Yep.
So that's 60% AMI.
19,
Yep.
6, 5.
7, 7, 5, 19, Paula.
Thank you.
I don't want to get you off topic, but it was brought to our attention last week, this issue with the flood zone, the lower level flood zone. How did we resolve that issue?
Or have you? Is that how would it?
I'm not certain what issue you're referring to.
So,
we are in a flood zone.
I was told Mark Barbadaro contacted you guys. That apparently we were told because 298 Main, the old Foster Healy building down from you, was in front of the building department for response or whatever. And one of his responses was they can't develop the bottom level because it's in a floodplain. So I said, my response was, well, then what happens with 470 Main? And Mark said he was going to contact you guys to talk about it. I didn't hear what ended up happening. I don't know the gist of that.
But Mark had mentioned that he had contacted you, whether by email, I'm not sure. You, Mark.
Okay, so
I haven't heard about it.
This is a building department thing that I had not heard of before. And apparently there's ways around it with flood-proof, either bringing the level above the floodplain or flood-proofing the level, however you do that.
Dry flood.
Section in the building code, I think, that allows for dry flood-proof.
Yeah, so the gist of it was, I had just heard about it a week or 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, and I told Mark Barbadaro, I said, you might want to tell 470 Main, if this is going to be an issue, before things come up, that they should know about this. So it's something just to look into. Again, I know nothing about it. It's a building department, building code thing, but it was brought up about other projects, and I thought that it clearly applies to you, because not only is it currently in a flood zone, but those units are below ground level. So those units in particular, I think, were of issue with the comments he had raised. So,
Particularly in regards to dwellings.
yeah.
Right. I'm not fully informed on the issues. The little tidbit that I have heard was that the floodplain boundaries have been revised recently, and
Yeah, they haven't adopted them yet, though, and they don't intend to anytime soon, from what I gather. But Mike probably knows better.
By the end of this year, hopefully.
By the end of 23.
Okay.
Well, I didn't hear from, if I heard, I lost it or whatever. You never know where there is a miscommunication. So maybe I just didn't hear about it.
And again, more of that was to let you know, because it's not a planning board issue anyway. It's just, you don't want a situation where you approve it and then you find out you can't do the bottom level units. That's why I wanted you guys to know that.
Yeah, my understanding was that the part that's in the floodplain is just a little bit of the parking lot, even currently. So we'll have to check. Thank you for that heads up. We'll have to check it out.
The exact quote in his email was ASCE 24. So he said, I need to reread ASCE 24 to see if you're allowed to dry-proof dwellings. So
he's suggesting we read.
No. I'm sorry. He was looking into it, but he has since looked into it from what I gather. That was just the original email. So just talk to Commissioner Barbadaro. I think he could probably clarify it better than anything. Like I said, I only brought it up because we were talking about a different project. I said, wait a second. I said that has to apply to 470 Main too. And from what I gather, it does. So
Just a heads up, so, definitely could affect your project.
Okay, yep.
Absolutely.
Better to find out now.
When you're saying
Yeah,
that
exactly.
those are the units in particular, if this makes the whole thing go, no-go or something, so.
Yep, we certainly, obviously it's better to be approved, but much better to be approved to find out an issue now than it is, when you're further down the road. So we'll check that out. Thank you.
All right, so please continue.
Yep. I don't know that I have much more to talk about. I think last time we were here, you guys had talked about having reserving one parking spot, and we worked that out with the clerk per unit. Again, we currently have 22 parking spots for what we need now, and so, but you had talked about going up to, one per unit, which would be 38, so that's fine with us.
And nothing with the plans changed from when we met a couple months ago, as far as unit locations, unit designs, number of bedrooms, all that sort of stuff. It's all the same?
Yep.
Okay.
You probably I know we discussed layout, so you probably, still, that's up in the air.
Right. We made some minor tweaks to the layout, but nothing major.
Yeah, flipping bedrooms and kitchens and window sizes and things.
Right.
So Mark, going back to your comment about the parking spaces, I have written down 29, and I circled it. I'm assuming that that's not a problem, and we'll just, however, like you and I talked about, however the agreement you have with the city that basically says you have reserved, I don't care what you pay for, as long as the city agrees, that you reserve them in perpetuity, whether that means you pay for them or not, that you have those dedicated to your project is all I care about.
Right.
And those are, just to be clear, those are Putnam Garage, or are they the garage on the other side of Shacks?
Currently, I believe it's called the Boulder Garage, the one on the other side of...
The one across from the old City Hall?
No.
Oh, so you're talking about, you're talking about the one to the right of the Shacks
Yes.
building?
If you're on Boulder Drive and you're facing our building, the one to the right of our building, far and away, that's the easiest one. Even yesterday when I was in during the snow emergency and parked in the other garage, you're just traipsing through, crossing the street, and I think we can put them in either garage, but I think we would prefer to have them on.
The only reason why I bring that up is the one thing we've been trying to, because it was brought up recently with another application, is we just want to make sure that, and I've been told by a few councilors, we just want to make sure that to the best we can to leave the upper deck on Main Street on the Mill Street garage as open as possible. That's the only reason why I
Just
mentioned
saying,
it.
you're not restricted to even those two garages if you private lot or however.
Okay. Yeah, and we've not parked on the upper. We think that's a good idea also, because that's where the traffic is, and the down below getting to Main Street isn't ideal.
Yeah.
So, and also on the end that we're on, the other end I know is a little bit better for the buildings that are on Mill Street right there. But we would be, obviously, we're the other side. So
perfect.
Okay. Do any board members have any questions for this application at this time? Okay, we'll take some public comment. Yes, Mary Jo Bohart?
Mary Jo Bohart, Economic Development Director. I wanted to simply commend the property owner, Newview, for recognizing not just the repurposing of this rear portion of the building residentially, but the commercial space, when it was the bank, was somewhat more spacious, larger than what a lot of small commercial tenants could make use of. And so I'm on the front lines often with smaller businesses looking to rent space on Main Street in the downtown. By this repurposing, the way they have it in mind, the commercial spaces that Newview will have available on Main Street are much more leasable to a small business than the commercial space had been once the bank left. And so that, I think, will be very good. Likely those spaces will be sought after relatively quickly, given the good condition that Newview has kept its building in. Thank you.
Thank you. I know. Councilor Van Hassingen.
Thank you. So I'm sure as everybody knows, Andy Van Hassingen, the City Council for Ward 4, which includes downtown and this property. I also have a long association with Newview. I was on the board of directors and served as the president of the board of directors prior to joining the City Council. Strong supporter of affordable housing. I think it's necessary that we make sure everyone in our society has a home, and I think it's very valuable to do that. But I'm not in support of this project. I don't think it's a good project. First of all, these aren't great apartments. They include apartments in the basement level, 2 of which are partially below grade, and this is in a flood zone. Most of the apartments have interior bedrooms, which is not ideal. But also, you have to think of the wider context of downtown, that if you take the area from Mechanic Street to the intermodal station, 79% of the housing units are income restricted for low-income individuals or families. And it's not good planning to make that even worse. This is the only market rate development of substantial size in the downtown with, say, more than 20 units. The only one. Everything else is affordable. And this project is to convert these market rate units to affordable. That's several steps backwards for downtown. And that doesn't mean, excuse me, that people who have limited incomes don't contribute to society. That's absolutely not the case. But we can't segregate downtown to just people of limited means. We have to have a variety of housing, and we have to encourage market rate housing because that's what we need downtown. Right now, 79% of the housing units downtown are income restricted for low-income individuals. 79%. If this goes through and these units are all made completely affordable, it'll be 83%. And that's 40% of the city's entire subsidized housing stock. 40% is downtown, and that's 5% of the city's housing units. So it's poor planning to concentrate all of our low-income housing in one area of the city. And this is the area of the city that we're trying to revitalize and encourage development. And we can't do that if only people of limited means are allowed to live there, because that's what this does. And so this proposal does require waivers from the planning board. It already exceeds the maximum density allowed. It's going to increase that even more. And in order to do that, the planning board has the right to do that, but you have to meet the purposes of the zoning ordinance. And the fourth purpose that's listed is to provide a variety of housing. And this does the opposite. It restricts the variety of housing available downtown. And I understand why the applicants feel this is the best path that they could take, but looking at it from a larger perspective of what we want for downtown, what we want to encourage downtown, it's several steps backwards. Because now we won't have any market rate housing developments of substantial size downtown. It'll be even more preponderance of income restricted housing. And income restricted housing on its own is not evil. It's not bad. Having affordable housing is good for people, but it's bad planning to have it all in one place. We shouldn't segregate our city between areas where poor people live or where rich people live. We shouldn't do that. We should have places where there's housing options for everybody. So I would encourage you to deny the application. I don't think it's in the best interest of downtowns. You are entirely in your right to do so. This requires a special permit. And think about what we want for downtown and what the best path we can take in planning for our downtown is. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Anybody online? You can use the raise your hand function.
So I guess we wanted, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's no
Right,
one on.
there's no one online?
No.
Okay.
So I think we just wanted to be able to walk you through the renderings, and I also would like, so why don't we do that, and then I can respond a little bit to the comments.
Great. The renderings, I think sort of the overall plan and the scheme with the 7 units, we kind of have gone through that, so I'll run through the renderings really quickly. Last time we presented, we just had the plans. I think it was a little tough to visualize what was going on really at the rear of the building where the 7 new units were happening on the first floor and on the lower level of the building. So I think this first page here, you can see the existing building, upper left-hand corner. It's very closed off right now. There's no windows at the back. And then the larger rendering image there, the existing stair tower will remove that. And then that entire facade at the back that currently has no windows, that would have pretty generous windows to kind of match the rest of the rear of the building and open that up for the residential units that are planned for that part of the building. And you can start to see that sort of small plaza space being developed there a little bit as well. Next slide, please.
Just bear with me for 1 second. I got to Okay.
Just go up one, please.
Go right here?
Or back one. There we go. Just a closer up view of the rear of the building. The lower level units at the rear of the building, they are essentially at grade, partly below grade for 2 of the units. We do have an image of that later on in the slides. This, I think, gives a little bit of a sense for that plaza back there. There were some questions about privacy for those windows. I think this gives a sense of the separation between the street and the parking area and the lower level windows there with some vegetation and the small sort of patio space there. So I think the The privacy is not really an issue there. And I think security also has not been an issue. Currently, most of the residents of the building use that rear entrance to the building that you can see in this image. Have the circulation there has been working pretty well. Next page, please.
You want this one or the?
That one is great. Just a close-up view of that plaza there and the entrance to the building, giving a sense for the exterior with the additional windows there. Those would all be the windows to the units there. Next slide. This is kind of the inside corner of the building where you see there's a existing generator there that we're going to kind of relocate as far away from the windows as possible. And then there is, you can kind of see the separation we're creating with the fence there, and the landscaped area at the windows. And the next slide, please.
No, you want that? Sorry.
Perfect. Yep. That is a section view through the lower level unit. These are the two lowest units. They are approximately, the floor of the unit is about 2 feet below the grade level at the exterior. So they are below grade, but kind of minimally below grade, and I think you can see here that with a nice generous window there, you don't have the feeling of being in sort of a basement unit. It's a south-facing facade, so there'll be a lot of sunlight coming in through those windows, and I don't think those units will sort of give you a basement feel, and you can kind of get a sense for that here. Next slide, please. And this is just addressing the interior bedrooms that we have in about 5 of the units. The interior bedroom, it's an approach that's been used pretty commonly in some of the mill building renovations where you have very deep spaces. So it's kind of it's been used successfully, to my mind, in quite a few projects. The interior bedroom does meet the requirements for natural light with this generous clerestory window, sort of the raised fixed window that looks out over the living space and lets the light into that bedroom. Once again, it meets the code requirements, and we think it's been used pretty successfully on other projects, so we're pretty comfortable with that layout. And I believe that is this is just kind of another site plan view that shows that landscaped area and a little bit more of the back parking area with the patio space.
Have you got any more I know we talked briefly about the potential potential change with the ATM. Have we got any clarification on that since we talked 2 months ago? Is that still intending to be there?
With no more information at this point in time.
That's fine. I was just curious if we knew anything more, because at some point, if it is going to go away, or if we know it's going to go away, then we want to make sure we show it in the site plan as going away. That's all I was going for with that. But yes. Another problem for another day.
Yeah, at this point, we have not heard.
Yep.
It's not like we reached out to the bank.
All right.
Yeah.
Either. So.
Yep. No worries. Like I said, just curious. And Mark, did you say you wanted to respond to?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I really, Councilor Van Hazinga, Andy Van Hazinga was the board president. I think we just disagree on this particular issue, and I guess I would also say that when you're looking at the concentration of the affordable housing, almost all of that affordable housing in downtown is elderly housing. It's senior housing. if you were to look at the concentration for family housing, or it's very different. So, and I think it's a good thing to have the elderly housing downtown because it's close to services. I think that's why it was built there. So I think that puts a little different lens on, you know, where the city is concentrating its housing. It's really concentrating its senior housing downtown.
But just to be clear, because we've had this conversation, New View's stance was that in a perfect world, you would prefer to be unrestricted housing, because that's what you sold 470 Main as originally.
Yes, it would be much easier for us if the bank had stayed and...
Right, but no. My question is, all things being equal, you would prefer it to be unrestricted housing than restricted housing?
This is a much harder path for us to go than if we could just, you know, release that space.
I don't think you understand my question. Okay. You're a partner with the city. You've long been, and New View's been a very good partner with the city. My question is, if you were in our seats, do you think that unrestricted market rate housing is better for 470 Main than restricted housing?
I guess I would say we always try to partner with the city, and so we're trying to, you know, just like we're trying to help, and so we would try to create a mix of housing, and that's one of the pieces that's not there. We're certainly not opposed to it. I think we're always trying to partner with the city in the best way that's possible, whether it's small business or housing development or whatnot. We think for this particular project that this is the best possible solution.
I know this might be somewhat unfair, but given you're the same developer, what's the breakdown that was approved for the BF building for affordable units versus, are there any market rate units in the BF building?
It's 30% of the units there are workforce housing.
Okay. So there's no unrestricted units in the BF building. So you understand the problematic trend we're creating, right?
But workforce housing is also mentioned as 110%.
Right. Right, it's 110% of the AMI, though, which is, what's the AMI, 60?
It's sort of...
It's higher than that. 80% of, I can't tell you what AMI is. I can tell you 80% of AMI for a family of 4 is 80-something thousand a year.
Okay.
I will say that none of our tenants that are currently there will have to leave by doing this sort of plan, so that's who the housing is there for now.
Okay. Next. So, but what you're proposing is a mixed, you've got 5 unrestricted, I know, tell me the breakdown again. It was 5 unrestricted, 7 Section 8.
7 workforce, 19, 60% AMI.
Correct.
And 19, 60%.
So, yeah, I mean, even that, there's 12 units that would be 110% plus of AMI, meaning 7 workforce, 110% AMI, plus the 5 unrestricted units. Then you have the 19, which is obviously the lion's share, is 60% AMI, which if 80% AMI is 80-ish, 60% AMI is 60-ish. If I'm obviously doing it off the top of my head, so that math might not be exact, but it's got to be somewhat close.
Yeah, it depends on whether it's a 1 or a 2-bedroom unit and the family size and all.
Right. I was going, she was saying family of 4, so I was doing it based on that. So obviously it's lower if it's not. But
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get there. It's fine.
All right.
We got time.
Okay. I think let them finish the presentation.
Do you guys have anything else to add?
Besides the units?
No,
Does
unless you
anybody
have other
from the board
questions
want
for
to
us.
see any of the units over from the last meeting, from the commercial units or the floor plan? Or
I can pull up if you want to see a quick, Paula.
what's the commercial size of the commercial spaces again?
I think it's the square footage.
Square footage.
5,000 or so?
I think it was around 3,000 for the larger
So
one.
3792 is what you have on this plan for retail office 1. In retail office 2, you have 998, and then the tenant storage or office at 736, this one in the back here. So you're talking, 1,700 on the left-hand side and 3,800 in the main lobby area, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Our most recent layout does combine the tenant storage with that commercial space. So
Which I think you insinuated when we were there, that was probably what was going to end up happening anyway.
Right.
Otherwise, you have kind of a landlocked room that causes problems.
Right.
Yeah, so,
I do have that revised plan there if it's worth looking at, but I think it's pretty easy to visualize.
oh, sorry. Yeah, it's right here. I had the wrong one. That's existing
Yeah,
right here, right?
that's the one, yep. And that's showing some of the existing partitions in that space, but that kind of gives a sense for it.
All of these partitions that are there now, they're all temporary partitions though, right?
They are, they're all,
So it's one big space. I mean, obviously, they can have the individual cubicles, but,
right.
All right.
and then looks like the office changed a little bit. It's about 4,000 square feet now versus 37 and change, but minor tweaks, it looks like.
And again, a future potential thought, also whatever you do with the space, but on the Main Street side, commercial, about the ATM or some type of, drop-off area, box area, or packages, something that would help service, some types of business that would help service the residential tenants downtown.
Can you say that again, Paula? I had trouble.
For the commercial side.
Yeah.
Like you definitely have like even a smaller kiosk type of side of things, but having an ATM or other accessible space for package drop-offs and things like that for residents downtown to service, just thinking of the commercial uses.
Yep. So we've, our office has always been there. We've sort of that drop off for when our office is there. That's obviously changed during the pandemic. But yes, there is the vestibule will remain, and that's a great spot for packages and drop-offs and all of those sorts of things on the Main Street side and on the.
Particularly if the ATM goes away on the back sides, to have an ATM on Main Street, additional, I think, would be helpful. Get any takers for that? That's the question. Right?
We did push TD Bank when we first moved in to put something there. I don't think that's.
Something to explore. That's all.
We'll continue to explore that.
That's
right
all.
now, is my understanding is they need a place for people to drive, is what the banks are looking for.
It is a pretty generous lobby, so definitely, if there's specific features to add there, like a package, like an Amazon locker or something like that, we could certainly look into making that fit in there.
All right. So any department comments, Mike?
Nope.
Okay. Does the board have enough information at this time?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion's been made with a
second
to close the hearing. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right, discussion?
I am, as the applicants are aware, in our conversations that we've had over the last few months, I had, from when we first were they were first in front of the Economic Development Review Board, and I was there and heard about the project. I was all for it, and it wasn't anyone's fault. It was just, I don't think people thought it was important information at the time. I heard, or I missed it. I heard after the fact about, getting rid of all the, unrestricted market rate units that we had approved, and I was on the board when we approved 470 Main. It's a very difficult position to be in, I think, for the planning board, and it's a very, I think I agree with Councilor Van Haasinger in that I don't think it is the right direction. I definitely know it's not the right direction. having unrestricted market rate units there, like for instance, when we had the Johnsonia, and we had, I think there were two, at the time it was FSC, I think, we had two college professors living there, and we had, we had some people that went there to frequent downtown, and not that it won't happen, but to get rid of unrestricted units and to get rid of the theoretically people with hopefully excess disposable income is something that I think Main Street desperately needs. I do think that I appreciate that New View has worked with us and added the 5 unrestricted units along with the 7 workforce units. That's something. It's just it's unfortunate, and I know New View's in a tough spot here too, given the vacant commercial space on Main Street. So it's difficult, but it's a decision I've been fighting with. So I'm curious how the rest of the board feels.
You bring up a valid point. There are other points of, there are about lumping it all together, whether or not, that's fair to say regarding affordable housing aspects of it. But then again, any market rate housing can be changed to affordable housing without anybody's permission regarding any financing commitments. So whether or not requires this thou shalt be market rate, I'm not sure whether or not it can stay market rate or a certain percentage. I know for certain types of permits there has to be a certain type of affordable component to them, but I'm not sure whether or not there's any requirement for anything out there market rate itself to change based upon what the business decision is of the owner.
So if it was market rate, it could change? Is that what? Depending on
it. So it's up to the mayor's office is the short answer, which is where I was going to go next.
It's not the mayor's office.
Well, the mayor determined they have to sign off on affordable housing units. That's what we did with all the other projects.
Depending on what type of permit it is. Yeah. Other than that, whether or not it's in a special permit purview, again, if someone says it's going to be market rate, we don't require them to be market rate. So that if any building out there with the landlord can accept whatever he wants. And maybe he accepts other types of loans that then restrict them to it. I'm just saying that there's other means for it's not like you're solid into it, and things can change, they flex. That's all in regards to that. So just so it's balanced. And then we are approving a lot more on people coming forward for market rate, because that's why we had a few come forward with no elevators, because as long as they're not accepting certain types of financing, then they're not restricted to having to put in elevators. So those things might change other people's business decision on things. It's code requirements, certain things as well. So
yeah,
just saying there's different ways to look at it too. So
I do want to say that when this project came in front of the board a couple of meetings back, my first gut reaction was something like, I really do not like the idea of getting rid of any commercial space that's on Main Street. I just didn't think that's something that should be done. I've had a little bit of time to think about it and sleep on it and toss it around. I've been in the building several times, and I know what that commercial space inside the building looks like. It's enormous. It's cavernous. It's not the type of space that's easily rentable. And I think the plan that New View has put forth in front of us, to me, does make some sense. I do like the idea that they're going to carve out some decently sized spaces in the front that have the potential to be rented, because they're going to be spaces that people want. I do appreciate the revised rent tiers that were put forth today. I think that's a step in the right direction. I initially was not a fan of the units that were below grade level, but I think you've addressed that issue pretty well. We can sit back and we can do nothing and that space is just left there, and it's just a worrisome space. And I feel that 7 units in that building would add traffic to downtown. There would be 7 more families that live there, 7 more people out on the street, 7 more people that go to the restaurants and visit some of the businesses downtown. So I also think that it is good for Newview, and it'll help them achieve the goals that they're after in the community. So my views on the project, although I don't think it's ideal, I wish it were all market rate. That's what we all strive for. I think in this particular scenario, it's the best use of the space that we can come up with at this time. So I would kind of lean towards an okay on the project, but that's my own personal view.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, this is Alex.
Alex?
I'm leaning with Pete. I mean, before we saw these improvements made, I was very against it. But seeing what can possibly be here, where we can have more foot traffic, more people moving into Fitchburg, which will be good for the entire area, I kind of agree. I think that this is a better move.
All right. Ellen?
I'm very torn with this project. You know, Councilor Van Hazinga has raised some important points, and I think Paul has echoed sort of what I'm feeling towards this project. I mean, I'm really not sure if I had to vote tonight what I would do. I don't think the apartments are ideal. I obviously know that there is a housing shortage, and we do need more apartments and availability, and we need to accommodate a lot of individuals looking to move to Fitchburg, but I'm just not sure if this is the best option for that.
All right. Amanda?
Well, I think we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? Obviously, we want to see downtown grow and prosper, and that's going very slowly, in my opinion. And rents are absolutely ridiculous right now. So it's nice to know that maybe somebody can actually afford to live downtown. I mean, is it really that bad to have affordable stuff downtown when it is slowly growing, and maybe some people can take advantage of that situation and get to be a part of downtown and enjoy their lives down there, because eventually it's going to get to the point where nobody's going to be able to afford to live there. So yeah, I want to see I don't know, it would be cool if it was like a rock and roll club or something like that. You can use Cabinet space, but if you don't have the people that want to invest in that kind of thing, you have to do the best with what you've got. And Newview has done that over and over. So they're in a tough spot, and they've been there for the city for a long time now, and they're just doing the best they can with what they have. And who am I to not support them, So I got to support this project the way it's presented.
Thank you for your comments. Tracy, your thoughts?
I just wish it was market rate. The 470 is the majority of 470 affordable? Or?
Right.
That's right.
Total number of units are presently?
So it's 8 restricted, 23 unrestricted right now, correct?
Correct. The building was built to support those market rate units. We had a bank in there that sold us the building, and then and was leasing back the space. That's how the building was constructed to be run, with the market rate units. So when the bank left, we just don't have the income to, we need to generate additional income, and that's how we came up with bringing more people to downtown to finance that piece of it and to keep the building secure long-term. We thought this was the best possible way to keep things growing in downtown rather than have a bank space that's, there's no windows in it. It has a giant vault in it. There's party walls on both sides. The building is extremely deep. So when people come in to look renting in the space, like my office is in the back of the building, there's no light that's getting in there. We have offices that are just literally, there was a room back there and they've no light at all. Mine has a little glass pane so I can sort of see all the way out down there. But it just isn't designed. The commercial space just doesn't work very well at all. And so this is a way to, by putting windows in the back, we can make something that's downtown needs, which is more people. And by making the commercial space a little smaller, we can get it to a size that a retail customer could rent and continue to have life on Main Street. Otherwise, we're sort of stuck with this big, giant, empty space that, but you had asked me, Paul, I think sort of the way some of the board members have described it, yes, of course, I would love to have somebody just come in, rent the space. We tried that for 2 years, and then we would have, and that was our commitment back to the city of Fitchburg to say, okay, let's see what we can do here. But after 2 years of no changes, we have to do something. We don't want this to get in the, it's a lot of money just going out the door that we're still paying the mortgage, still paying the taxes, insurance, all the rest of it with no income coming in. So with a lot of thought, we thought would be a good compromise. It's not ideal. Again, for us, the ideal would be to have another bank come in. We tried that. We tried to get a retail space. We tried all those things. Nobody's interested in that space. So that's how we ended up in the situation that we're in now, where we want to be able to get this project, secure, so that we can continue doing great things in Fitchburg and in the rest of the community.
Thank you for the explanation. Those thoughts that you just...
Yeah.
Okay. I guess, and then my perspective is, it is a challenging one. But New View's been a community partner for a long time, and the balance of 7 units on a pretty much well-managed facility, I don't think is the big nexus here. I know people are talking about the affordable piece of it. I'm concentrating also on the commercial space of whether or not that's adequate and to revitalize, how we revitalize some of this commercial space downtown. So I think that would, the plans proposed for that are definitely in a positive way in regards to that. And looking at the breakdown, it's like, yes, do we all wish it would be like market rate? Yes. I know we are also approving more projects people are coming forward with market rate downtown, so that percentage is also going to change. But also here, it's still, it would be like 26 restricted and about 12 unrestricted if you counted the workforce and the 5 unrestricted there. So it's almost half, close to that, being a mix. So I don't think myself it's a far stretch it's like, I understand it's the financing that changes and the balance of like who rents the apartments. But I think housing is needed and necessary for downtown. That is where we want to see increased density for housing, and we do want to see revitalization of commercial space. So to that end, I'm partially in favor of it. So that being said, and we close the hearing, we're at our discussion phase.
I'm on the fence, so I don't feel strong enough to make a motion, so I know I usually do traditionally.
Okay.
If someone else wants to, they're welcome to.
If anybody else would like to, I can make a motion to approve the project? So we
Did you
can-
close the hearing yet?
Did we
Yeah.
close the hearing? Yeah.
Okay.
We did close the
Didn't I?
hearing.
Yeah, thought I did. Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Hopes
just in
we
case
did.
I thought I did.
Did we
but-
just
Way
do-
up at the top of the page.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I believe we did.
Alex just seconded it if you want to vote again,
Okay.
just for that.
Motion's made with a second to close the hearing. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay. Now discussion part. Okay, which we kind of just.
Can a motion be made, Paula?
The motion can be made at this
I'd
time.
like to move to make a motion that we approve the 470 Main Street project.
Okay.
I second that.
And there's a second to that motion, and now I'm going to take a roll call vote. If in favor, say aye. If opposed, say opposed. I believe that's appropriate. So Tracy.
Aye.
Okay. Paul.
Aye.
Amanda.
Aye.
Alin.
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
Alex.
Aye.
Paula. Aye.
Okay. Good luck, guys. And like I said, just follow through with that, whatever the heck that floodplain issue was.
We will follow through. Thank you very much, and we'll continue to keep you informed with how the project's going.
Thank you.
Appreciate your help.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Next item. Other business, and I think there's a majority of people here for CDBG, so we're going to do that. Oh, Pat, which one are you going, Beach
Yeah,
Street? All right.
Yeah, just do it in order. Yeah, it's funny too, because I was under the impression that we weren't going to do anything with Beach Street today, but.
Right.
Yes, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you have,
Quick, yeah, Mike, did you happen to forward that to?
Yeah, it's in that
Yeah, I got it.
Dropbox.
Okay, this was approved as 16 units, 4 4-unit buildings. There's, we've been through this several times on this site. The new potential buyer would like to split it to duplexes. Still 16 units, same configuration of the road, only asking informally of the board's take on this so we can determine whether we're going to redesign it and resubmit or stick with the 4 4-unit buildings. We do lose, so we have the same driveway in, 7 visitor spots on the left. We had 25 feet between the buildings before, we have 15 feet now, we lose 6 spaces. Counting the garage spaces that are large enough per zoning, we have more than enough for the 1.5. So,
Just out of curiosity, is the intention to not sprinkle them? Is that why they want to move to 2-unit buildings?
yeah, I think yeah. Sure.
I don't care who answers it.
Yeah, go ahead, David, please.
So David King, Remax. So the reason we split it, most of all, was for enjoyment of living there. One of the tough things is that when you have a fourplex, the 2 people in the end enjoy it because they have privacy. The ones in the middle don't have it. So we wanted to give more separation to make it a better environment for the people to live there. That was the first major reason. The second reason was obviously the cost. It's over $100,000 savings and less the sprinklers.
Well, the reason why I said that is the fire department still might make you sprinkle them. So my point was, you might want to follow up with fire prevention because we've had scenarios in the past with multifamily developments like this where they're going to want them sprinkled anyway.
We did meet with them, and they said that they were fine with this. So, but they're going to wait for the plan, but they said they were fine.
Okay. So just something to think of. Like I said, I'll talk to fire prevention, or we'll talk to fire prevention. A little bit different now than Lieutenant Jordan, but we'll
so the
we'll see.
25 feet between the buildings goes down to 15 feet? How would you
Correct.
access to the recreational space?
I'm pretty sure we can walk through 15 feet.
Yeah.
It's plenty wide enough.
However, without making it feel like you're walking in somebody else's yard, so to speak,
We come down the end.
Can you do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's minimal anyway with
Okay.
with the space that's back there. It's the one thing I had mentioned, and I didn't see. Obviously, I know we talked at length, and I'd have to go over minutes. I didn't see it on here, but that might just be because this isn't the working plan. We had a long conversation about a whole mess of fences on the abutter side on
Beach
the...
Street, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all I did was just erase the old building layout and put rectangles. I don't even have the proper footprint yet.
Okay. Well,
so all the same conditions from before that were on the 11, 16, 21 plans
okay.
would be on the new set of site plans.
Okay. All right, good. Because like I said, I don't remember where they were, but I remember we had a whole bunch of fences that were going in there.
Yes.
And like I see on this plan, proposed 6-foot stockade fence. I don't like that wording that way, but
We don't either.
yeah, well, we'll get there. Like I said, I know we
We'll
talked
get to
about
the details. It's just the general concept.
I know we talked about it at length. I mean, I don't particularly care the unit breakdown. As long as it's the same amount of units, it doesn't matter to me if they're 4-unit buildings or
Are they
2-unit
going to
buildings.
have garages?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There was an issue about tote storage.
Yeah, we'll have to see new elevations too.
We designed a new building now.
Mm.
We have a building that was designed originally for the fourplex that had 16-foot garages. And they weren't going to work, so we took them to 22. We redesigned the whole property, and then when we designed it, well, the buildings fit better on the land. So this was the...
And that's not the actual building.
Okay.
That's what it's going to look like. That's not a plan that's been designed to match this.
Okay.
No, but it's pretty close.
It's not.
Size.
You guys can work out the differences
Yes.
before
Yeah, the only purpose of
Is
tonight,
it-
and I know it's late
right.
and everybody's busy, is
Another aspect, right?
general consensus, yeah, we're okay with 8 2-unit buildings versus 4 4-unit buildings, so that we can go do the details and
Did any of the
resubmit.
board members feel strongly one way or the other?
No, I think the 2-unit, duplexes are a plus
Yep. I agree.
on the lot. Yeah, absolutely.
Be mindful of the architectural relief so they all don't look exactly the same.
Wasn't version 1 2-unit buildings? We've done so many with this site, I
Did
know.
this, then remember it was a cul-de-sac with 3 lots and then 2 long
Are you
buildings. I
going to
don't
be ready for
remember.
February, or are we going to March?
Oh, we didn't even start detailed. We didn't even
Okay.
submit anything yet.
All
So
right.
March?
No.
Even further.
Maybe submit by the March one.
Okay, okay. All right, March, April. Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to get a feel for, we have a pent-up list of applications, so we'll get there,
Yeah.
there. Okay,
All right.
good. Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay.
We should have an easy, with Mad River Solar.
What's next? That's what's next? I don't have the
Oh,
agenda
no,
in
we've
front
got
of me.
South Street, but I don't,
Yeah, South Street was next, but Mad River, I know I saw John Barrett's name
Yep.
earlier. and
John was on there.
we do. We
Assume
can do
he's
South
Down to
Street.
Newville as
We can
well.
go in any order you want. Like I said, I'll recuse myself for South. I got to come back anyway, so.
Okay.
Oh, John's no longer on the list.
John,
John Barrett, he's no longer on the list. He was on he was a
Oh, yeah.
panelist. He was an attendee most of the night. I saw him earlier.
okay.
Well, this is relatively simple. You'll find under the Mad River
Yeah, I'm going.
folder
Yeah, oops.
just the decision which required made reference to a 125-foot deep buffer. And I believe that was intended to just be to the rear of the houses fronting on Ashbam Street. If you zoom in, you get a bit of the detail.
You want this page right here, Mike? The one that I'm on?
I think that'll work. Yep.
Yes, 125 right here.
Right, so the question was raised, did that 125 buffer condition in the written decision apply to the entire perimeter of the project? Because if you go up to the north and east, that was a different dimension. It wasn't 125. I think it was either 40 or 50 feet on the northerly.
I mean, I mean, shouldn't it be 125 feet from this house too? From the other abutters, or actually behind this?
Based on the
Behind this data block thing here is Mike Kelly's house too. They cleared right up to the back of his property line too.
Well, right. I know, the first cutting plan is kind of threw a wrench into this, but the solar array isn't coming anywhere near to the houses on Stickney.
Oh, no, I know. I thought we were talking about a don't touch buffer. I didn't.
Yes, what are we talking
Oh,
about?
that's kind of off the table now,
If
huh?
you could-
Well, but once everything grows back, you don't want them to clear it again
Can you-
because it's.
Can you just clarify the buffer and which buffer we're talking about?
So, all right, so here's
Escaping buffer.
So here's the condition. Decision condition number 7 is maintain minimum 125-foot buffer to abutting
Abutting
properties.
properties.
I think that's pretty clear. Like, they shouldn't, there should be a no-touch buffer 125 feet from abutting properties. Is there, so what's the hiccup, like, what's the issue?
So does that also apply to the property to the north, which on the approved plan shows, zoom in again,
Zoom in.
it's either 40 or 50
All right,
feet.
hold on one second. I got to move all this stuff here. That
Could
was
also been a carryover from the prior permit.
Oops, I got to keep going to the wrong one. This is probably better doing it on this one, right? Yeah, so this one had, right, so this one had a 40-foot buffer there. I see what you're saying.
And there's several hands up, and I believe it's Tom and Joyce Jacobs. Joyce is a neighbor.
I got to pull my thing up. Paula, do you want to take comment
Okay,
right
yep,
now?
we can take.
I got it.
We don't typically, but, okay, here we go.
Well, I mean, they're here.
You got it, Mike, or I'm on it? Do you want me to do it?
I think I have to.
Thomas is unmuted, so Thomas, you're good to go.
I think.
Oh, hi, thank you very much. Would you like me to speak? I'm not sure if I'm up, but you tell me.
And you're representing?
Mad River, I'm the.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you can give us the best clarification of what you're asking for.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. So the site plan that was approved indicates the setbacks as you see in the site plan, and there is a 125-foot buffer along most of the properties on Ashburnham Street, with the exception of the property on the upper left, on the western side of the property. So the request is, of course, we're going to honor the 125-foot buffers along the properties as shown in the plan, but the conditions indicate that there's a 125-foot buffer along the whole site. So we would just ask that the site plan be the reference point for the approval, and the decision indicates there's a Section 7 maintain a minimum of 125-foot buffer to abutting properties, but obviously on the north side and on the northwest side, the site plan, the approved site plan, does not have that 125-foot buffer. So that's the ask, and just for context, I believe he may still be on the call, but Tim Kuhn, who's with Russo, who did the original plan, has been monitoring this call, and so this plan hasn't changed from its original approval back in 2019, other than the addition of the conditions related to
Gotcha.
the Conservation Commission.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So I'll mention, the solar requirements now, because of the special permit, the front yard depth shall be at least 50 feet. Setback side yard, each side yard shall have a depth of at least 100 feet, and rear yard shall be at least 100 feet.
Yeah, but we're not revising this plan to
No, I'm
meet
just
the-
saying that
Yeah.
from what it was, I guess they had 125, and we wanted to maintain that from the abutters, and probably less because it was undeveloped towards the back way. It was fine.
Yeah, I think that we can make this pretty simple. We can say, maintain the buffers where they show on the plan, and that's obviously along the residential properties on Ashburnham Street. And the only other places that they're not there is this rear parcel here, the rear part of the parcel here, and I guess this corner right here. So
yes.
Hello, can anybody hear me? My name is Joyce Jacobs.
Yes, we can, Joyce.
Yes. Really loud, Joyce.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Joyce Jacobs, 778 Ashburnham Street. So we are at that lower corner. I'm on the left-hand side that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And Mr. Janufil, I will like to remind you, I had an email from Jared Alvarad, who was the original contact from Mad River Solar, dated 7/11/2019, which was when we had talked about all of these buffer zones. And he states, we have decided to increase the forest buffer behind all homes on Ashburnham Street another 25 feet. That would increase the new buffer to 125 foot total before the fence. Now, we had asked when were we going to see a revised plan, and the plan that you're looking at now was never revised to include that. But I have an email confirmation saying all of the buffer on Ashburnham Street would be 125 feet.
Okay.
Thank you, Joyce. Hey, just to clarify, Tom, do you know what this 100 and this 50 is? Is it 100 to here and 50 to here? So is it 150 to her property? Or I can't follow these two dimensions. Or actually, I guess I can go to the other plan, right?
I could probably answer that question.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, Timothy Coon, I'm with J.R. Russo and Associates. We prepared these plans, what was it, 5 years ago now? But that 100-foot dimension is the dimension from the fence to the property line, and that 50-foot dimension is the dimension from the proposed tree line to the property line. And with regard to the Jacobs parcel, there would be, I believe, the 150-foot setback is maintained, or the 125-foot setback is maintained to her parcel.
I'm sorry. Say that last statement. It's a little too quiet. I couldn't hear you.
I'm just saying I believe that the 125 feet is maintained to the Jacobs parcel.
Okay.
Not on one of ours. We have two lots there. On one there is, on one there is not. So as you step down from where that 50-foot mark was, Paul, we're the next one below that, where it says Leslie Jacobs.
Yeah.
That I do not believe, when you look at the scale of the 50-foot there down to our property line, that would not be 125 feet. Now, Mr. Janufil, if you tell me that's 125 feet from our highest property line to the fence, I'm fine. But I'm not seeing that indicated in the plan.
Joyce, you can see what's on the screen, right? This is your house, right? This is your house right here.
Yeah.
This is a rear property line. Does your property go like this, or is this your?
No, this is ours. The one that to your up higher, that's another property. That's our neighbor's property.
Okay, so Joyce, your property to this fence, and Tim, please help me here, but it looks like
that's not the fence. That's the tree line. The fence is even further in.
So it's 125 feet here to here.
It would be. I believe that's over 100.
Right, because this is 100 here to here, plus you have whatever this is. So yeah, Joyce, it looks like you're well over 125.
Okay, but the agreement that we had was, and I'm it's pretty well the way it is. I just want to make sure that we're being considered in this conversation. But the agreement.
Oh.
Whoops. Cut out, Joyce.
So probably that line item in the decision just wasn't clear as to the location of the 125 is maintained, because the aspects in the ordinance doesn't mention 125.
Right,
so
and
that
we
had to come up in conversation regarding the hearing.
Right, and we can clarify it easily by saying the 125 as it pertains on the plan, and where it's less than 125, that rear 40 feet and that whatever the side corner is over here, that those are, it's the site plan is not inaccurate.
It's maintaining the 125, I think, to the abutters to
On
the
the south.
Just saying that.
Yep, that's fine. Tom, is that okay?
Is that
Tim, does that get us to where you think we want to be?
I believe so. I think it simply is just state that the buffers should be as shown on the approved plan would be the simplest.
I think that's right. I think, Madam Chairwoman, if we could just ask for that the plan indicates the buffers, the approved buffers, that including the 125-foot buffers, that would be.
So we just wanted to, without, going through lot by lot, is making sure you're maintaining a minimum of the 125 to each of those, I guess, homes on Ashburnham.
So do you understand, Tom, why that's problematic to us? Because then we're certifying that,
Right, that the
it's
plan-
okay. We need to make sure that all the houses that need to be 125 are still
So
125.
there's 125 there, and then, yeah.
So, obviously, this will be 125 all the way across, because that's a straight line, that's a straight line. And then, obviously, as long as you can certify that those houses are in excess of 125, I don't have a problem with that.
Yes.
And that, like all the clearing you did on the northeast side, that's, barren more or less now, that's no touch from now on, that, 20 years from now, they don't go back through and clear all that, where you did that, the clear cutting up to the property owners on Stickney Road.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we understand. We understand that. I think we're just making sure that, I think the goal is just to make sure that the site plan is reflected as the approved plan here.
And that's what we'd like too.
Yeah. As long as the rest of the board doesn't have a problem, I don't have a problem with it. But it just causes that hiccup of them we're saying that you did it right. I don't want to screw up one of these people and they come back to us and say, well, we're only 75. And that's the way it showed on the plan, and they're supposed to be 125. But if you can certify all those houses on Ashburnham Street are 125, and you can tell me that definitively right now, I have no problem with making that statement.
We could even qualify that and say, submit that to the community development office that you can, and we'll make that correction.
So I believe but again, I'll defer to Tim, who designed the plan. All the houses on the south side are within 125 feet. I think it's the property on the northwestern side, which I don't believe has a house, is where there's a jog in the property line, that kind of eastern corner.
Western corner, like right here?
Let's see.
That's even where the 100 feet is. That's the same lot.
Yeah, well, this is the corner we were talking about, and this is the next corner up.
Right, but that corner is only 100 feet, not 125.
And there's no house on that back push on that lot?
Yeah,
Joyce, hold on one second. Go ahead, Tim.
The house, I believe, if you go to the aerial photograph, the next page up, the house is quite a ways away down on Ashburnham Street.
Okay. So it's only 100 feet from that.
On this corner to...
Right. For the...
And
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Fontaine, I just want us, while you have that up on your screen, to clarify which line are we looking at? The little ripply line, or because we talk about it's to the fence or to what they call the tree line. When you look at the 125 feet at the houses on the southern side, it looks to measure from the little ripply line. And the fence is further in. And I'm, not being technical when I'm trying to explain, so here's the 100
buffer. So it's maintain the buffer, not to the fence.
Right. And so here we're not trying, in some cases we're talking about 50 feet to that same little ripply line, not the fence line further in, which is the one with the dots.
Tim, why is it two different measurements? Why are the houses on Ashburnham Street 125 to the tree buffer and the Jacobs property isn't?
Well, the 125 we maintained on those properties to the south because the houses were much closer.
And it looks, it looks like a similar, similar distance, Tim, on the Jacobs property than these two.
Yeah. All I can say is that this is how the plan was presented and approved.
Don't think it's an unfair question.
Yeah.
I honestly don't remember.
And we're fine with, having a.
Joyce, we lost you again.
Yeah. I honestly, I don't remember why we didn't necessarily carry the 125 feet all the way up to that corner.
That Ashburnham Street was going to be all the same.
So, Joyce, you started to say, we missed that. You started to say, I'm fine with what? What are you fine with?
I'm fine with, is it 100 foot or is it 125 foot? What I want to clarify is where are we using to demarcate that line?
It should be from your property bound to the squiggly line.
So it looks like, so Tim, what's this approximate measurement here?
I don't have the plan in front of me. I don't have the ability to measure that. I'm sorry.
All right, so we're talking about here to here.
That probably is 100 foot because
50.
Right, and that other
it's about 100 feet because that's 50.
Right,
and
that
that's
other
about
property
50.
goes a 50 foot higher than ours. So we're talking about 100 foot to that the squiggle.
Yep, and then it's about.
So if you have 100 feet to that tree buffer, you're fine with that, Joyce?
She's still top.
I don't know why we keep losing.
We lost you again, Joyce.
All right. The gist of it is, we did approve it. I don't particularly have an issue with it. Doesn't sound like Joyce did either. I'd like to get her back, but.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, as long as it's at least 100 feet.
As long as it's at least 100 feet. I want to make sure that we don't get any less than that. I really would have liked the 125 feet, which was approved which they agreed to on all of Ashburnham Street, but it's got to be no less than 100 feet.
I mean, you could push the buffer back. Doesn't look.
No, as of right now, it doesn't mean anything because there's no trees there.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Why not?
Right. It's better. And so I'm not sure why is there a space between supposedly the tree line and the fence anyway?
Because they're supposed to let the trees grow out between that squiggly line and your property line.
Okay. All we want to be sure is that at the very least, because it's never marked out, from our property line to the little squiggly line has to be a minimum of 100 feet. And no less than that, at a minimum.
Okay. 2 feet.
So Tim, show that to us. Prove it to us, and you'll get whatever you need. Now, you haven't? Have you started panel installation?
No.
No, sir.
Because you could just push a few of them back.
I mean, why can't you make it 125? I mean, especially if you promise that to her. I mean, it's not anyone's fault, especially not the planning board, that we didn't look at one particular dimension on the plan. Maybe it was just drawn incorrectly.
Actually, it was drawn and like this for several months and reviewed and approved this way.
No, I understand, Tim, but what I'm saying is you can't expect us to go all the way around the plan and look at every single buffer. That was your job to make them 125.
Well, there was no requirement for 125.
It's a permit condition.
It was a permit condition that was set after the plan was approved. That's why I'm saying.
So I guess, you know what? I think I'm just we're going to table this because it looks like we're going to have to research the minutes.
Well, let's, Tom, if you're comfortable with the 100 feet or the 125 feet, there's certainly, we can change the plan. It's not a problem.
Well, I would just say to the group here, if I may, that this project has gone through a lot of hurdles, and we are desperately trying to push it ahead, and changes are hard, even though we haven't started construction. And I say this in all fairness and honesty. I'm not, 3 or 4 years ago, I might have said, absolutely, let's change it. But we're really down to it on this one. I would just ask Joyce if she would consider if we could just clarify that it's 100 feet. I think, Tim, does that get us to where we are? I think that's probably pretty close.
I mean, I would be acceptable to that. I mean, it has to be the minimum of 100 foot. I just want to make sure, since it's not really demarcated above our property how much actually is being allowed, that, the 100 foot would be acceptable so that we don't have to change the plan.
Okay.
All right, moving forward, please verify, not Joyce, the holder of the permit, the 100 feet from her property. Please communicate that to the planning office.
Okay.
And we can make the
That
clarification.
shouldn't be an issue. That shouldn't be an issue.
Perfect. And
Okay, great. Madam Chairwoman asked, how can we just submit that through
Our office, Tim. Send
your office?
Send it to me.
Yes,
I'll
send
have
it to
John
Mike.
send it to me.
Okay.
John Barrett or John Denuville, whoever.
Just because I don't need this to go any further, can we just, because seems like we've agreed in principle, because the abutter has agreed in principle, we can say, make a motion that the board accepts a revision to our permit conditions to state that the site plan, that the setbacks shown on the site plan are adequate so long as the applicant proves that there's adequate site buffer between the Jacobs property, that 100-foot, or whatever they deem mutually adequate. If that's okay, then we just modify the whatever language to say that it's no problem from then on, just so it doesn't have to come back to us, because I have a feeling that's all we're looking for.
That would really be great.
Are the board members feel fine with that? Okay. Okay.
I'll put that in the form of motion.
And is there a second?
Second.
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed?
Okay.
Is that good?
And Joyce, we're going to have them follow up just to make sure that that buffer is adequate with you.
As long as we're within the 100 foot, Mr. Fontaine, we'd be fine. Like I said, 125 would have been nice, but no less than 100 feet.
Okay.
We'll make them verify that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joyce.
Thank you all. I have just at the risk of going a bridge too far here. Just one thing I would like to clarify, and we'll be doing this formally, but just to give everyone a heads up on the committee, I'm no longer working with the initial developer, Mad River, on this, and so I will be making an application to transfer this site plan to my LLC. I hope everyone will be okay with that, but I just wanted to let you know ahead of time that will be coming.
So you'll be coming back for that?
Coming back for that and filing whatever paperwork you require for it.
Yeah, it's a minor modification.
Good.
Okay,
We can fix
great.
this too.
Thank you, everyone. I
Okay.
really appreciate it.
All right.
Yep. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
All right. South Street.
I got to recuse myself. I'm in a butter.
539 South Street, possible modification and transfer. Good evening.
Good evening. How's everyone?
Good, good.
Good?
Tired?
I'll be as concise as I can. So I'm Lance Delagono. I am the developer for the 579 apartment complex, which we're finally coming to a close in about 3 weeks. So part of that plan approval was 2 buildings. One was in the rear, which was the 20-unit apartment complex, and also in the front was a 4,500 square foot building, which was built for office. And I'm not sure if you had any of the documents on the special permit, but in there was that it was restricted to office, so it couldn't have any restaurants or foods or anything food-related. And I guess my objective tonight was just kind of advocate or explain why I'm looking to do a change in only the building type, nothing related to changes of the actual footprint or the site work that was approved. And we've advertised roughly about a year and a half, the site for office space. And we've got maybe 3 phone calls for this location. So knowing that I'm coming to the point where we're going to start constructing, as I'm looking at what the market conditions were and what the reception was for office space, I'm hoping that we could add more residential apartments instead of going forward with another building, which would be the office space. We would essentially just match, as far as the look, the design. We did an ICF construction with the existing building. We would do the same thing with the building in the front. And I brought I could show you. This was a kind of a semi-rendition that we had the engineer. Bring it up to you?
Yeah. Okay, so that 3 stories.
So this is, 3 stories, so we're looking at 12 units.
Bedrooms?
2 bedrooms per unit.
Thanks, Dan, that was great. I zoomed right in on it. I was impressed. There's a piece here. Okay, and here's the other one.
And here is an interior shot of each floor. And I'm using the same architect, Bill Ward, who did the original design on it. I don't have the doors in this house.
Okay.
And it's, again, as far as the actual site, we're not asking for anything to change any of this. We have all the same plumbing from the site plan, electrical, everything is done to that site.
Yes, we can't hear you. If you could.
Yeah, in front of the microphone. Right. Thank you for bringing that up. I forgot.
That's better?
There we go.
Okay. So I wouldn't be changing anything from the original approved plan, the footprint for the building, which was the 4,500 square foot building. It would just be the nature of what's actually constructed on that site. And that would be from the office space to the residential.
Okay. I'll explain just a little bit of the history there.
Okay.
So the reason why there was a mix is because it's a planned unit development. So multifamily isn't allowed in that zone. It was submitted as a planned unit development, which can be a mix of different types of units in there. So that's where the commercial piece came in. The restriction on the commercial piece is because there's issues with the site distance exiting that driveway. So it really was more not retail. It had to be more restricted to more of an office, less traffic in and out scenario because of the site view when you're exiting that driveway.
Sure.
that way. So that's the reason why there was restrictions on the commercial aspect to be not a lot of in and out,
Sure.
so to speak. Myself, and I'll leave this to other board members too, I am not opposed to seeing some additional residential, but it would have to maybe still fall into planned unit development and be a little different than what you have for the apartments in the back. So maybe and as well as I think you're proposing, that's a very tall building to be on the front in that regards. So there's probably some issues with, looking at either the height or dimensional. Maybe you look at some townhouse style or something like that are a little bit easier on frontage like that and giving it more. But you have a single-family home next to you as well on the other side, so something that's kind of fitting in. I'll mention that we got quite a lot of feedback from the abutters in this project between Ashley Ridge and South Bend as well.
Sure.
So, but they're also, if you look at that complex, kind of mixed use. There's apartments and then it's condominiums.
Right there.
Just something to think about. So any board members have any, things you want to aspect, or if you don't think it really should stay commercial, or what do you think? Or,
I'm not really sure on this one. I don't remember this coming up in front of the board, this
Before your
project.
time.
What?
It goes back away.
it goes back?
It's been
Yeah,
quite a
I-
few years, yeah.
Okay, I don't recall the project at all. So, I mean, for me to make any decisions on it, I'd have to really be refreshed on it.
Sure.
And kind of absolutely see some renderings of what things would look like in real life. I simply don't have myself enough of information to make any kind of decision.
I think I was just, tonight, my goal was just to
Get a feel.
explain, get a feel of what I'm thinking. I could definitely get, more.
Yeah.
So you have something to really look at. And I think at the time, when the decision was made, the market was very different. So I think it made a lot more sense.
You also want to look at the abutting, the neighbor, the residents. There is a lot of efforts being made on the present plan in order to afford that individual some privacy between embankment and landscaping and where trash location and parking lot and lighting was. So things you could do to improve that, I'm sure would be beneficial, more.
Okay.
Rather than I don't know that he was really enthused about the commercial building. Anyway, but again, it's keeping those aspects in mind about the neighbors.
Sure.
And then having it fit in.
Checking the original decision, to your point, Peter, 2016, and
2016?
Paula and Laura, who was let her term. So Paula is the last member standing.
What? Oh, yeah, but Paul couldn't participate.
Well, Paul was on the board,
Right.
couldn't participate or vote in this, obviously.
In regards to
I
that.
do think that's when I was in my little observation phase. I remember us sitting in the crowd, and this was a pretty contentious project in the beginning, if I recall.
So I guess the gist is this an absolute no-brainer, don't even bother, or go through the application process?
Right.
So I guess maybe I'm asking folks, members here, or at home.
I'm
I
not
think
opposed to
I'm not opposed.
residential.
Okay, and I'm not opposed to residential either. I just think it can't be the same as what's in the back, like the apartments. If you did somehow, again, townhouses or something,
Yeah, I like
or
that
other
idea of the townhouses.
variability, or
So this,
even if you did if you did lower and you did
the
ADA
walkout.
accessible, or
that's another idea actually Bill had come up with too. There was a couple different renders. I just brought this one where he was thinking of similar to what's there now, is if you can't see it from the front, but just the nature of the grade of the land, you can do the walkouts, where you don't see an actual level.
Mhm.
So maybe something of that nature, So it wouldn't be like you had said is.
We don't want an you get
as
the house
high.
next door is already like lower, and you get this giant imposing
Right.
like face structure there too, so it's kind of.
Sure, yeah, he had a couple good ideas to kind of alleviate that, so.
So think about that, think about how it can benefit and
Sure, and the neighbors.
keep some, yep.
Yeah, I was
you
going
can
to say,
keep
have
some
you talked
privacy to the neighbors.
The person in the
Sure.
house, yeah.
But, yes, they'll, if it comes to a hearing or modification, will be a lot of feedback.
Okay, right, right, okay.
But still proposing rental, Lance?
What is it?
Still proposing rental as opposed to condominiums?
Rental, yes. Yeah, I'd like the rental, yes. I mean, and we just started advertising. Like I said, we're just wrapping up. We literally just put the sign out maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
and
so-
I mean, we've got probably 15 showings in 1 week, so I know the demand.
And it's Cogs Hall
Cogs Hall Place.
Place, okay.
I grew up on Hayward Street, so it's kind of a special project for me. But yeah, that's what we named it, and it's nice because it abuts Cogs Hall Park, and you can use the trails right out the back of the property, so it's really nice.
And you'll have a nice sidewalk going down and connect.
And a nice sidewalk, yes, yes. Yeah. So. The one bedrooms starting at 1,600, and the two bedrooms are roughly, say, 1,900. Yeah. So,
Is that enough?
which is actually good from what I hear.
I know, it's amazing.
Right.
Is that enough feedback for you this evening?
That is.
Okay.
That is, yes. Yes, so I guess.
So it looks like you'll be presenting to mostly a new board as well, for the most
Yeah.
part, too, so.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll put some more stuff
But
together.
planned unit development, you can look that up in the ordinance, because that's what it was proposed, but what it's, the special permit is under for this project.
Okay, okay,
So in keeping with that, take a look at those
okay. Got it.
section.
All right,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, goodness. He's back. We have,
There were TVs in there. You can see what's going on.
oh, goodness. I know.
I realized when they got started that I still have my screen shared, and I didn't know if you guys needed it off, so I
I'm going to
had
put off
come in to shut
December
it
meeting
off.
date till we talk about our minutes later, so.
Yeah, we can do that alone.
179 Pratt Street, demo church and build 14 townhouse units.
Good afternoon, David King from Remax. Good
I've seen that photo before.
We're going to build a few of these. So 179 Pratt Street, we have been working with the church for a while. Looks like we finally got the engineers down to where we've designed that property. And what we've been working on due diligently is trying to design an ideal it's a 1,336 three-bedroom townhome type of design that meets exactly the offset, so that we're not asking for any extensions, we're not asking anything. We've kept the impervious cover down, we've got the proper drainage, we have the offsets all proper all the way around the property. We're going to tear down the church at 179 Pratt Street and put in 14 homes, all with garages, all with grass on the front, yards in the back, decks, nice setup, right next to 50 Frankfurt Street, which is slowly getting to its finish point. And I guess we'd like your feedback on it.
Can I start with the $1 million question? We just recently got an email from the church saying they're going back to that site.
Yeah, they're pushing us because they want us to spend a lot of money and buy that site. That's what they're doing.
Well,
but do you own it?
We have a 100-year lease with them, 99-year lease, signed, agreed, and paid for.
Yeah.
With them.
No, I mean for the townhouse site where the actual church is. Do you own that site yet?
Not yet, no.
Okay, so the church still owns it. So as of right now, you do not have a purchase agreement to buy the site. You're just hoping that...
We have a purchase agreement signed by them.
Okay.
But we haven't signed it yet.
Okay.
So
because I just read an email from him, and he...
Correct.
It sounded very different from what you're explaining right now.
Well, the parking easement, okay, to the point, to the root of this, the 50 Frankfurt project can't really happen without the 17, I think there were 17 parking spaces, which are in that easement on the church's property.
Right.
So that has to stay.
Right, that's a legal binding contract, signed, registered with the state, paid for. What they want is they want a lot of money for the church, and they're squeezing us. So they're using this as a tactic to try and get us to buy the church.
And that's neither here nor there. The only reason why I'm mentioning this is iron those things out before you come back to us. The last two projects you muddled so bad, it took so long to get to approval. Frankfurt Street was a nightmare, Dave. So don't do that again with Pratt Street. I do have a couple comments. I don't particularly have a problem with tearing the building down and doing townhouses there. It's too dense. You need to cut down the number of units. The two in the front need to go away. Your entrance needs to be off Pratt and completely separated from Frankfurt Street. You should not be driving through the parking spaces of a separate development.
But if we combine those developments all together to be the same development or the same name,
I wouldn't want to do that. I would want to treat them entirely separate. I think this project, if they're townhouses, it's a different type of project. It should have its own access. We don't need to confuse the two sites at all. We already solved the parking lease agreement. There's no reason for these units, which are completely different modern design than what we have on Frankfurt Street, to have anything to do with that site whatsoever. Sure, yeah.
But you know that is an actual street.
This is a street of your town.
Right, it's an unimproved private way.
But it's unimproved private way. We want it off the public way. We'll just say it's
not a public way.
And when I buy this and I own them both. Now, I want to tell you something. I'm
Your
here.
frontage is on Pratt. Why? There's already a driveway there. Why wouldn't you use it?
I guess I don't understand either why you wouldn't. If that's where the entrance already is.
I want to answer.
Yeah.
I want to answer. I sit here all night. I listen to you. You engineer your town beautiful. I took this project. It was a white elephant. I put a lot of money into it.
Yeah.
This project, with the price that they want, with the price of the money today, the interest that we need to pay for building 18-20% of the money. On 14, I don't want to tell you I'm losing money. I'm not. But I'm not making what a developer should do on a new development with all the risk of $4 million project. So if you tell me to cut 2, I cannot do the project.
I have no problem with you not doing the project.
Okay.
Right.
No, so we understand.
So, and I just want to say that it's RB. It's residential B. It's typically up to 2 family by right. Yes, you can propose a multifamily. We can take a look at that for the property of the layout and the size, but as well as looking at the neighborhood. I mean, the industrial property got a special permit from the zoning board because it was a former reuse of an industrial property. This is now a brand new development, so the zone is RB. We try to keep in with it, so it's whether or not something like that is suitable with everything else in the neighborhood. What makes that?
I mean, we're talking
has to be thought of.
It's less
It's
than an
very
acre.
dense.
There's 14 units, so that's 14 units an acre. That's way too dense. I mean, that's twice the dense. 6 was what we used to require in our old zoning bylaw. 6 units an acre. It's 14. It's more than twice the amount of what our bylaw typically suggests for a project. Especially like Paula said, this isn't RC. This is RB. You know, there are some. There is a mechanism for allowing these types of units. Honestly, I think if you did it, it'd be a nice looking project. But twofold: you have to access off the Pratt. You have to separate it from the separate project. There's no way we would have a project, 2 private projects that are permitted separately that cross through each other. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay, so if we change that, but we still kept the density at 14, are you still?
Well, I think density still needs to go down.
A lot.
It's still too dense. It's way more dense than, I mean, forget about, like I said, the building next door we did because we were trying to solve a problem.
Right.
We were trying to make a building that was, it was a terrible condition to solve that problem. I think we'll have to look at what other densities are in the area. I don't remember Beach off the top of my head how big that site was. I think it was 4 acres. There's 16 units there? 18 units? 16? Yes, that's 4 units an acre for Beach Street.
No, Beach Street's 2 acres.
Okay, so it's 8 units an acre So get it closer to that. It's the same zoning district.
Okay.
I think, and again, we can compare, we can look at other townhouse-style projects. That's the one that comes to mind because we already approved it and we just talked about it. 579 South, 20 units, 4 acres. So that's 5 units an acre. I think you got to get under 10 or find some sort of creative way to do this. I don't think you can do 14 in that site. It's too small.
Yeah, I can hear the comments coming now.
Are there
This
residential
dead-end
butters?
area.
I didn't even look at the...
Dead end, daycare, a bunch of things. I'm just saying, be prepared.
What is this?
Oh, yeah.
It's not Amiot.
Harry-Gary.
Let me look at the abutters.
Harry-Gary.
Harry-Gary.
Yeah, there's a lot of abutters. 14 Harry-Gary, 20 Harry-Gary, 30 Harry-Gary.
See, I'm scratching my head a little bit because the engineer that did this did Frankfurt Street, and he came back and said, this meets the rules for the city, so now I'm standing
It
here.
depends what you're talking about, rules, Dave. I mean, you can do 1 million units an acre. We can waive density requirements, but it doesn't mean you meet the rule, because there is no standard
Well, it
minimum
depends
density.
what density, well, we can't anymore. Certain zones, we can waive density.
Well, so the new bylaw is 7,500 per unit, and then I'd
First
have to look at
3,
it.
75, well, that's RC, this is RB, so, but it says.
I'd have to look at it. Either way, it's way more dense than what we typically approve. You might meet all of the administrative guidelines, but with special permits, we don't have.
It's what's appropriate for the
Yeah, exactly. It's what meets the density for the neighborhood. It's not like I said, you could propose 50 units on a 1 acre site, and you could theoretically say you meet everything. Does that mean that it's in the city's best interest to approve that? No, absolutely not. So, and that's part of what we do here. It's a weighing between how close you to abutters and how dense is it compared to the neighborhood, and
They're probably looking at the traffic study and then looking at the condition of the pavement and whether any signage is necessary or all the pavement improvements, the sidewalks need to be done, and just think about those things too.
So there's a 2-family on one side, 2-family. So it's surrounded by 2s. Yeah, there's
Does
quite
any
a
other
few
board
2-families
member have
around
any
it.
just initial feedback?
2-family. There's a lot of 2-families around it. There's 2 singles, and the rest look like 2s that directly abut it. And then the ones on Frankfurt are singles. Because that's another thing we'll do. We'll look at, what's surrounding it. Multifamilies, obviously, when you have multis, it benefits you by having multis around it. 7, 4, 5, 6 divided by 4. 3, 5, 60. 0.17.
No, it probably does fall into the density piece.
Yeah, I mean, even the tiny 2-families, if you do density for those, they're 11 units an acre, and that's the smallest lot with a 2-family. So that's in a butter. So I mean, and those are 7,000 square foot lots.
Got it.
So we can look at some other projects in the neighborhood, but I'd be surprised if any townhouses were that dense.
So pushing the envelope, you're saying 11, but probably less.
Well, I mean, it depends on how it looks on the site too. It's like I said, I think either way, I think the starter is you get rid of those 2 lots in the front, you access the lot like it is now and like it has been for many years.
Mm-hmm.
You use that as access. Now that you've solved the Frankfurt Street side, you can, and if you decide to do this, you can physically separate the 2 sites. Meaning, you can make that parking look like it's part of Frankfurt Street, and you can make this site look like a much more desirable green space duplex.
I think
Type
something
site.
that'll be for a quiet, dead-end area, not a lot of traffic.
But Mr. Paul, we bought the 46, excuse me that I'm saying, we bought the 46 Frankfurt with a lot of money to make a park to this project. And we want to combine it that everybody will enjoy this park. So why do I need to
If
separate?
that was your intention, why did we never hear about that before? Never heard about that before. This is the first time we've
We've
ever
had
heard
a lot of issues even with, getting the single family in the front and sharing the parking and give away the parking, and it's like,
We did hear that you wanted to make
Separate.
the house on the corner Pratt.
told us to move the parking from there.
Yeah.
Didn't you?
Yeah. Right, absolutely. The parking is part of Frankfurt Street. The parking is part of Frankfurt Street.
Mr. Paul, the parking was supposed to be on the backyard of the 46. This is what we applied to you during the Corona, during Zoom meeting, back and forward for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And then one of the neighbor and one of the members, I don't think he's here anymore, said, listen, you're going to build apartment, someone is going to go out with the dog, where he's going to throw, his bag. And you know what? I heard it and I said, the guy is right. I also have 2 dogs. It's a problem. So we went to the church and we rented for 100 years. Now we have this backyard. Otherwise, I wouldn't buy this house. I'm not in the 2-family business. I'm sorry.
So you're talking about 46 Frankfurt?
Yes.
What does that have to do with what we're doing today?
So this is what I'm saying. I'm sorry, maybe I was not clear. We did a park over there in the backyard of 46 Frankfurt. And what our thought was that the 2 projects will enjoy this park.
oh goodness.
But we're not talking about 46 Frankfurt. We're talking about 179 Pratt.
No, he wants to combine them so he can use the park too for this project.
Oh,
That's what he's saying.
Oh, you want to use the park for 179
Backyard of
Pratt.
Right.
You could still do that. The lots don't need to connect to do that. You can make a walking path if you want.
I can do a lot of things. People also get to the moon, but we're trying to do it that everybody will enjoy it. And even if you tell me that you want to come from Frankfurt, from Pett Street, you can also delete only 1 house, and then it's going to be very, very on the edge. Very, very on the edge. Very.
That's what it is.
Okay.
But you're not going to approve it no matter what, even if we come back.
It's got to come off of Pratt.
Right, but even if we come off Pratt and we come back and we redesign this and we come back with 13 units, you're telling me that you're still not going to approve it.
How are they going to be designed, and how are they going to fit in? I can't even say that. We're going to hear from abutters. That may sway.
I think part of what we have to do is we have to look at
into the
density for
neighborhood,
other similar projects in the neighborhood, similar projects that have been approved, and see if the density makes sense for that district. What I'm trying to tell you is I'm trying to warn you that I think it's much more dense than other stuff we typically approve. And if it is, yes, that's a problem.
Got it.
It's...
If you go by the number that you've calculated, you're basically, if I'm hearing you right, you're saying that 11 is probably the farthest we could push this envelope.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you look at like 14 Harry, which is the direct abutter to the right, it's a 7,500 square foot lot, it's a 2-family, it's a duplex. You do the math, which I just did, it's about 11 and change, so you round down, 11 units an acre. That's that direct abutter. That's what I was using as a ballpark guideline. I say that's a good starting point, is what I would say. I don't know. Yes, that's definite. We'd have to see the way it looks. We'd have to do a site walk. We'd particularly have to see how it looks when you take out those parking spaces, which no matter what you do are part of Frankfurt Street and not part of this site.
Correct.
So, then we have to figure, you're doing unit density. Are you taking out that, that's 18 feet by
175.
It's 18 feet by
20 by 100.
How does this improve the neighborhood? How does this make all the abutters' lives better in some degree? Like, you've sat through some of the other ones. Why it should be a single family? I'm going to lose my view.
I don't. How big's the church? How big's the building?
How tall are they going to be?
The footprint of
3,000 square feet. It's 1 story, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. So obviously you have no use of reutilizing that building.
No.
Yeah. But things to think about. It's like always about trying to work with the neighborhood. How does this fit in with the neighborhood, or it doesn't, or the style, or...
How old is that church? It was built in 1960.
Traffic is going to be probably a large comment, concern from abutters.
I don't think the traffic. I don't think the traffic for.
It will on a dead-end street, it will. Like,
not-
it's
it's
not
not-
dead-end, but it's a very, well, pretty much is. You're just pretty going there for,
Right, I mean, it's something
not a
that,
highly
it's something that
traveled,
we'll
it's not a
have, that we'll
highly
have to account
traveled
for.
street, put it that way, so, at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a great site to reuse. It's you know, you have the cost of demo, you have a small site that's already being part of the site, part of the impervious area is already been using for the abutting property. I don't doubt that it's challenging as a developer to develop the site, and if that's the case, that's the case.
And you
I
know what
mean,
your numbers are, but you can propose anything you want. We're just letting you know there's,
But that's why we're here.
Round.
That's why we didn't spend all the
So-
money in engineering. I wanted to
Right.
present it to you and get your feedback, so that now I get your feedback, so we can go back to the investors and say, okay, here's their feedback. Best case is probably 11 with a real fight, assuming the neighbors don't show up with pitchforks and torches.
Right.
And tar and feathers. And if they do, it could go down as low as 9. Okay, well, you know, that's what we're looking for, this feedback, just so we can go away and make a decision. So, thank you for that.
Yeah, it's, I truly, I often hope that development happens. It's just like, I think we've talked about this before, there's, not with you in particular, but the board. There's some sites that are just, there's hurdles that are tough to get over, and cost is often one of them.
Huge.
So-
Right now, these days, it's the biggest
Yeah.
one, right?
Yeah,
yes, unfortunately.
yeah.
It's very, very difficult, so.
But at least you have, it's pretty much a level site, so at least you have that and utilities.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Well, they'll have to, yeah, I mean, that, you'll talk to DPW, but
I mean,
you'll
the
have to
biggest
redo
challenge
water,
we have is-
sewer.
Yeah, we have a big underground drainage, storage, water drainage system we have to put in, like Frankfurt, but even bigger for this one. So that was a huge expense. So, the plastic isn't getting cheaper.
And always a recommendation is kind of touch bases with your neighbors about things.
We normally do, but we wanted to run it by you first because, if we go to the neighbors and tell them we're going to do this and they say okay, and then I come to you and you say no, and then my investors go, what did you do all that effort for? If they're not going to let us do 14, we can't afford to do this, so why do we even bother spending all the time?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I like to start with the town first, the city, pardon me.
And if you decide to move forward, this, it's a moderate-sized project. It's big enough where you might want to reach out to community development about meeting with Economic Development Review Board to see if, police and fire particularly, I think they might have some outside comments with, just normal stuff. And it's always helpful to get all that stuff out ahead of time.
Yes.
That way you can get ahead of everything before we have meetings.
As you noticed in the Beach Street project, there's a big turnaround for the fire truck, other things. So it's like things like that you got to plan for.
Correct.
Because that's another thing we'll have to pay attention to with a site like this. It's so narrow. If that driveway is long enough and there's not a big enough turnaround, it might be problematic for the fire department.
Yes.
So we'll have to, look at that as well. So, but some things to think about.
Well, thanks for your feedback. That's all we came.
No problem. Good luck, guys.
All right, thank you.
Community development block grant recommendations.
Thank you for being patient, Liz, and everyone else who happens to be here for block grant stuff. I saw Steve Curry here earlier. Was that for block grant? Was he here for that?
Not sure. I wondered the same thing.
My assumption, that's why.
He was looking for another meeting.
I feel bad because it's the type of thing where you guys know if any point someone's, especially a city employee, is here to speak, they can give comment and then we can get to block grant later. I felt bad when he left, anyway, so.
Perhaps he's watching this at home.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's not a public hearing, so this is just going
Right.
over the, but could you bring up the spreadsheet?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
All right, is the one in here the one Liz just sent us? No, I think this is the old one. This is working, oh yeah, maybe it is.
Give you guys
Hold on, my,
number 1, 2, so you don't have to look at the screen.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
I don't know why everything's all,
Big, too.
I didn't have this paper at home on my phone.
these are handy. I do like the paper copies, although I don't miss the paper binders. Those are crazy. I can show you this, Mike, but for
If you
people to
bring-
see, but it's hard. I'll show you. It's hard to see everything. Share screen. For some reason, they're like doubled over.
And I didn't want to fiddle with it, Liz, so I had a full hands.
Oh, you know what? The one you sent me this morning was clean. Let me find my email. Hold on.
That's strange.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Nope. Oh, that was Joe Ferguson's thing. Planning.
I think I have it.
Oh, I know I have it in here somewhere. It was from today, 24. Oh, you know what? I think it was my other email. Let's try. I have planning board folders everywhere.
I think it was shortly before noon when I sent it.
Yeah, it should come up right away because I file everything in the right spot. As long as nope.
All right. I have it if you want to. It's terrible.
You have it?
I threw it on my thumb drive.
Okay.
But it's so tiny.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. It's tiny? Well, I can zoom in. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why I don't have it. I know Liz sent it to me. All right, well, I mean, if you guys want to do it based upon this one that's up there, I can go through the stuff. We have the paper copy anyway, so.
Alrighty, so there's a version up there.
There is. In the meantime, I'll see if I can figure this out.
Right, go ahead, Liz.
Would you like me to go through line by line?
No,
I don't know that that's...
Maybe just the important bullet points you think, the ones you think that are maybe contentious or unusual?
Sure. So there's a couple of new projects that we haven't funded in the past that we're looking to fund under public services, and I guess I would point out the outdoor fitness center. From Parks and Rec.
Mm-hmm.
They requested $65,000 and we're proposing to give them $50,000. What we didn't propose funding that we really wanted to fund, but we just don't think, well, we don't have enough funding to do it really, and we think there's still a little bit of work to do, is the North Street sidewalks. Those sidewalks that would, right now there are no sidewalks going from John Fitch Highway along North Street to the McKay School.
Yeah.
And you can see the path that's worn by the kids walking along that road. So a sidewalk is really needed, but I think we still need to look at whether or not we actually need to get some easements. We could look at some other potential sources of funding. So we're not proposing to fund that one, and I guess normally I wouldn't highlight things that were not funded, but I want to express that it is a priority to us. We just don't think that we have enough funding to support it fully, and that there's still a little work to do, and we'd like to explore alternative funding sources to CDBG, because that's a lot for one project with CDBG. We are proposing a little bit of assistance for the pool house and new signage for the parks. A little bit of money for parks and playgrounds to finish up projects and to have a match for future grants.
Just a question about that. How come, I don't understand why it's not more rolled up into like the 75,000 or more for like parks and recreation. Like it used to have been like, here's a chunk of money for parks, then you could take out of that and use that for level funding. And
yeah.
So why is separate, all these separate?
And that way, if it costs you 11, you could put the extra 1,000 to something else, and we don't have to be so specific
It's like
about
from a category.
Right, and there is some advantage to doing that, and we've done that in some circumstances, but you're right, we haven't done that too much this time around. There's our HUD program representative doesn't like us to have like one giant pot of money that we kind of do different things with. We like to do that because it gives us that flexibility. One project costs a little more, another project doesn't cost as much.
Administer all these, separately.
But we maybe could have done a little bit of that, although the projects are so disparate in here this time around. We have a little bit for Crocker Fields, which is really a match to some schools funding. That's only $7,000. proposing funding $5,000 for Abolitionist Park.
Can I ask, I was curious why, and I know obviously the final number changes, but with your recommendation, why you didn't take the total number, meaning there's, 22 and change, 100 remaining, or at least I assume that's what the number is at the top under recommendation to planning board. Like, why didn't that just go into something like planning administration or demo or something?
Right. Well, initially, earlier this morning, it was actually a slightly larger number, but that's a good point. My thinking was, well, this gives you a little flexibility to say, let's put a little bit more to one thing or another. But
can you do that
but there
after the
wasn't,
recommendations are made?
You can make the recommendation.
No, and I know. What I'm saying is, if you have $2,200 that isn't allocated and isn't
Right.
part of our recommendation or the mayor's recommendations, and it goes to the council and the council approves it, what happens to that $22,500?
So I would suggest that somewhere along the way, that 22.5 needs to
Programmed
be
in.
programmed in,
Yeah.
whether it's through you folks or through the mayor, before it gets to city council is when it needs to be
Even demo,
programmed.
something.
I know you're always involved with block grants, so you probably know where I'm going to go with this. And Tom, Larry used to take the brunt of it, and Tom more recently. So, and Tom and I did verify this last year, or 2 years ago, whenever it was, that the original approval for downtown coordinator 4 years or 3 years ago, the petition in front of us was, let's get it going, and then it's going to fall into either the college taking over or the city taking over outside of block grant funding. It was always supposed to be temporary. Now all of a sudden it's become a permanent occurrence with block grant funding.
Well, I would say, and unfortunately Joe Ferguson couldn't be here today, from InTown, who's employed by Fitchburg State University. He actually did send us an email today expressing his regrets. He's become ill. So there is a plan in progress, I would say, to do that very thing. But it's a plan that probably takes a couple more years.
I'm just happy to know that there's a plan. That's kind of all I'm going for.
Yes, there is a plan. I think you're absolutely right. We need to. This kind of a funding should be a temporary and not a permanent.
And too, with this, the pool's just smaller and smaller. I think my first one was close to $2 million, and now we're at 900,000, 900 and change. Right. So you just it's so much harder every year that if you add salaries into it, that you can't even account for salary increases, which makes it even that much more difficult.
It's very challenging. It's never been adjusted for inflation.
Yeah.
But everything else has been adjusted for inflation.
Yeah, it's definitely less and less.
Similarly, we have like the health department, and it looks like that one was recommended to be less. Is that being brought up, taken up by other funds?
Yes, so moving on from the public facilities improvements to the public services, we did recommend, or we are recommending, a reduced amount for the street outreach, and that's partially because that program isn't charging very much this year to the existing CDBG, and we believe there's some other funding sources that they're able to charge to that are not necessarily ongoing, but that are they're able to tap into right now. And so we didn't want to eliminate that because we want to leave it as a placeholder. It's an important need in the community to have that street outreach service, but we did reduce it to reflect some of the other asks here that we allocated to. So most things are pretty much level funded, but we are proposing $5,000 to the Mayor's Energy Fund, and just shy of $5,000, because that's the way the public service cap worked out, $4,900 to Restoration Recovery, because they do provide quite a few support services to those homeless folks that the street outreach folks are referring to Restoration Recovery. So they've become an entity that street outreach folks send homeless folks to, and they provide different services and quite a few referrals. So we wanted to, we don't have a lot of money to give them, but we wanted to acknowledge that, that they are providing a service that the community needs.
I was very surprised when I watched the hearing. I was very surprised to see that there was, save the curb cuts for Abolitionist Park, there was no sidewalk work in this, and I think that's the first time I've seen that in like forever.
It's not a reflection of the lack of need,
just
the way the applications came in.
Okay, and it's more too that, and I know I've had this conversation with some of the councilors. I mean, a lot of people are aware that the mandate, unfunded mandate that was put on the city of Boston to make all of their sidewalks ADA accessible, which in a city that big is insane. I worry that at some point comes to smaller municipalities like Fitchburg, Leominster, Worcester, and if that ever happens, we're so far behind the ball. I mean, that's a catastrophic number. So I kind of hope that, and I know it's probably a saving grace too, because I think, and Commissioner Erickson's on here, but I know the DPW is stretched then too, because we always put it in the budget and then they had to do it. So hopefully that, it allows everyone to catch up, and then next year we can get back on the path of doing, more sidewalks, because that's the only way we catch up, because we don't do it with, we do some with the city budget, but it's not tremendous, so.
And you're absolutely right. That's another consideration with the applications that we're seeing, is that DPW has a backlog of work. So having DPW do the work is much more cost effective for the project. But it's always a balancing act between
you can only do so much
their
in a year.
ability to perform the work and the cost of the work.
So
Continuing on.
Was your suggestion that we find, as a board, find somewhere to put that 22.5? Is that what your
Correct.
suggestion was?
Yes.
Okay. I think one of the ones that, and I don't know if it's why Mr. Carter was here, but I don't know if we just want to tack it on to the code enforcement, and only because it's significantly lower than last year, and I don't know if, obviously I'm sure the budget has been figured out and they can work with that, but maybe to get it closer to where they were, albeit a small amount.
Yes, I will say that was an error on my part in putting this together this morning. I meant to take 10,000 from demo.
Okay.
But I took it from Board of Health instead. That was an error on my part. I'm glad that you caught that.
So that's going to be 96 then?
So that would stay 96, but demo should be 82,000 instead of 92,000.
Okay. All right.
My apologies.
No problem. I just, like I said, I want to make sure that there were no, obviously you have a shortfall there, and then the budget has to make it up, and that's just can be troublesome.
Right.
So.
One other thing that I would highlight is that we are proposing to fund the Fitchburg Public Market, and that would provide a great opportunity to have a location in our downtown where prospective food businesses, food entrepreneurs would be able to come use a commissary kitchen to be able to prepare their goods, and also an incubator for food-type businesses.
And I only have one general comment, and I would have asked it to Mr. Munoz or whoever, but I think they've done a great job with the Abolitionist Park, and it looks fantastic. And I'm just curious how fast that's growing for such a small space. It's so much money that's been put into this little tiny site. Like, not that it doesn't deserve it, but it's a small park, really small park, and we're talking about close to $1 million now, something like that.
I don't know exactly what it is, but they've been able to generate quite a bit of money, and they've done significant work for that little pocket park.
Yeah, because we're talking 70,000. Almost 10% of them, 8% of our budget for, and I see you.
What's been done so far,
I would have called on you. I didn't notice you at first, to be honest with you. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry, Dave.
It's
maybe so the folks at home can
Yeah, just go sit next to Liz or at the podium, because they can't hear you speak if you're not on a microphone.
I mean, I think it's only about $90,000 has been put into it.
It seems like when I looked last time, it seemed like even your fundraising was so like through the roof. But
yeah, we've done a good job at grassroots fundraising. I think we've like raised almost half of the money.
How close will this put you to the end of your project?
This would be there were sort of two parts that we're looking at. One of them was to put this augmented reality. That was definitely part of the original plan. And then we're also potentially thinking about putting a brick patio that would serve as a stage in front of the, and not a raised stage, but something where performances and reenactments could be done in front of the flagpole. But we actually had a board meeting on Monday and decided to move that. And we've got some other proposals out, funding proposals out. So if there's money, then we may just do it. But our focus right now needs to be the augmented reality because it's probably the most expensive part of the project. I mean, it's what we have an inscription, historic inscription, but we really want is the full story, right? And for people to go and be able to hear the full story and all of the elements of how residents were involved in the Underground Railroad and abolitionist movement.
One more quick question for you, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's getting late.
Yeah.
When this is done, does City DPW take care of it, or does FSU, or does your board?
We signed an MOU with Fitchburg State that basically says that Fitchburg State, because they own the land, maintains the park.
Perfect.
And we, the Friends of Fitchburg Abolitionist Park, are responsible for replacing damaged, like if it's the brick walkway or the benches or something gets vandalized or it's just, the wear and tear, that it's our responsibility to do that. So,
perfect.
And we're hoping to renew that. That was a 5-year MOU. We're going to be renewing that soon with Fitchburg State.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the college owns it is
Thank you.
good. Thank you, Dave.
A lot of good work. So that 2253 needs to be programmed in.
Liz, what do you think is the most budgeted, underfunded of all? I mean, obviously, public services aside.
Yeah.
Is there something that you think is the most beneficial of?
There's a North Star that would be close, but.
Well, North Star, you would get to almost their funding amount. I saw that was the first thing I thought.
Unfortunately, what I would say is underfunded is all the public services. And we can't touch that.
That's public services.
We put the cap.
First or third.
So I guess I would make a recommendation to
I mean, you probably have the most flexibility if you put in demo.
That's what I was
only because it buys us some contingencies or reprogramming. So.
Okay.
All right.
Sound good to everybody?
I'll put that in the form of a motion.
I have one question for Liz, if you don't mind. Under public facilities and improvements,
Yes.
can you tell me a little bit? I don't understand what the outdoor fitness center and outdoor fitness bullet is all about. What is are we building an outdoor fitness
So that would be at Coolidge Park, somewhere in the area behind the pool house. There's some unused space that is, if you can picture the park and the playground and the pool, and then there's all the hockey decks there. It's sort of right in between those two things. It's some unused space, and they're looking to build an outdoor gym, basically. Some equipment, some outdoor weather-resistant equipment that people could use to do like a circuit training.
Who was proposing?
This is the Parks Department, so Parks and Recreation. James Bunnell is our Parks and Recreation Director. So he is tapping into a grant that National Fitness Campaign that would assist with this project.
James did just a little presentation and showed on screen where at Coolidge. I can send you a link to the FATV recording.
Yeah, and there's going to be like a space that you can have outdoor, like yoga, he said, or something.
So you download an app and.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some actual equipment that people can use. So the thinking is, you have parents who are dropping off their kids to do hockey or go to the pool or play soccer, and the parents can be, while they're waiting, working out.
So it's not building a structure, it's an outdoor, basically, area.
It's an outdoor gym that'll be, all the equipment will be weather resistant.
Okay, good question. I asked the same thing. Miss Mary Jo?
The straggler $2,200 and thinking, where best to put it, even though the public services cap is something that we're being very mindful of, might the new, rather small energy fund benefit from an extra $2,200 still not going over the cap, or is that a bad?
You would have to take out something else from one of the other public services because she's at the cap.
We're right at
It's
okay.
it's 14,400 and the estimated cap is
For some reason I was
14,400.
thinking that it was just beneath the cap, but
I mean, we won't know the exact cap until we get the final number from HUD anyways.
demo makes more sense because there's flexibility. Yeah.
That has been done in the past, pretty much. It was that's why the demo number was always odd with sense.
Right, it's like that's where the balance
It's the catch-all, it's the catch-all for everything.
Yeah. Okay, any additional questions? Just speak.
I'll make a
Board
motion to
members?
make the recommendation in line with the community development recommendations, subject to those three changes, I guess. Revising the health department code enforcement number to 96, the demo number to 82, and then adding the 225354 to the demo number.
All right, anybody have any questions with that, or want to second it? And a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed? None, okay.
And Mary Jo, thank you for sending that to me. I saw. Thank you.
And we're going to
Thank you very much.
quickly just go through the minutes, because we just have to get these done. There's 4 sets.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you very much.
See you later, Liz.
Thank you. Four sets of minutes. So I have minutes from 8/25/22. That was just pretty much only an A&R.
Yep. Got nothing. You got anything?
Anybody have any comments on minutes?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve and a
Second.
second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed. Minutes from 10/25/2022. Those are more substantial.
Yep.
Actually, I didn't have any comments.
I don't either. I'm good.
Anybody have any? Yeah.
Wait.
Congratulations.
Somebody mute Amanda so she can't.
Make a motion to approve.
Anybody? Motion's been made with a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right.
Mike's pristine meeting minutes.
Here we
We'll
go.
frame those for you, Mike.
There's one set, there's no comments. There's no edit or
You guys are
amendment.
tired,
There's
that's
one.
Yeah.
There's 12/19/2022. That was an A&R.
I got 10/25/22. That was the next one in the thing.
10/25. That's the one we just did.
That's the one you
10/25.
just did.
We just did.
Oh, I had 9/27 up when we just did that. Sorry. I'm reading them in order. 8/25, 9/27, 10/25.
9/27.
9/27 was the one I just had up on the screen when we approved it. That's what I thought we were approving. It's,
And where's 11/12?
we have 12/19 A&R only was the next one,
9/27.
which
Hold
is
on,
Haywood,
what's
which was the one we just
wait,
did.
No, it's 9/27. I didn't have that one down.
Well, why don't we do Haywood, because that's easy.
9/27 wasn't one of the missing ones.
That's fine.
So I was like.
Why don't we just do
confused.
December 19th? It's a one
December
A&R.
19th. Yes, one A&R.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion's been made.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay. And then there is a set of meeting minutes, which I did forward to everybody.
Yeah, I can pull them up from my email.
For 1/12/2023, which is the CDBG
That's fine.
minutes.
That's fine. I can pull them up from my email here. This one, I know I saw it because you just
Do
sent this one.
you have any comments on those?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I wasn't here,
When-
but I don't have any comments either.
I didn't have any comments. Do you
I
any
didn't have
comments?
any comments.
Want to make a motion?
I don't think people
Make
can
a
see-
motion to
people
approve.
can't see
Motion to
yours.
approve.
Oh, it's okay. I'm going through my emails
There's a
anyway.
motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay.
I don't want to slow down progress, Mike. I do, Paula, you
Yeah.
done with minutes?
We are done with the minutes.
Congrats on making a motion, Tracy.
We do, the planning board, Paul and I had talked, and we wanted to show Mike a token of our appreciation for how great Mike has been over the 15-plus years I've been here. And I think I've had almost all of them with you. So we got you a gift.
Oh, well, thank you.
We got you a gift and wanted to make sure that you know how we're not going to be able to go on without you. I don't know how this is going to go from here on out.
Oh, very
I'm
nice.
definitely
Thank
afraid.
you.
So we got him an engraved mug, for those of you that are
Engraved.
virtual, that has the Fitchburg logo on one side.
Well, that's nice.
And says,
Thank you
happy,
very much.
happy retirement from your friends on the Fitchburg Planning Board.
Very
That means you
nice.
can't go to any other
I
town
was going to say,
now.
Mike, we have an associate position available when you're.
That's right. That was
Nice try,
great.
Elaine. Nice try.
I think we're the ones he's trying to get away from, Amanda.
Actually, I'd be interested in hearing Jay's.
That was a Lynn, and everybody has to stop getting us mixed up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
What were you saying, Mike?
If Jay, who was here, stayed for most of the meeting, Jay Johnson was interested,
Oh, right, yeah.
an associate.
Communication. So I know we could bring this up next meeting is December. Talk about that.
So for those of you that
But think about it.
aren't aware, yeah, our December meeting, the issues it caused this year being so close to
December.
Christmas, we kind of need to move it to a different.
Date in December.
And
So-
Paula had a good suggestion that at some point, maybe next meeting when we have time, maybe we create a definitive date each month where if we need an emergency meeting, we find a date that works for everyone, saying our meeting's going to be the fourth Tuesday, but the second
virtual
Wednesday or
one.
whatever. If we need an emergency meeting, people can kind of plan in their calendars that might be a backup for the alternative meeting, because it's such a nightmare, and I mean, I'm sure Michael attests more than anyone, it's such a nightmare to try and coordinate a special meeting date with the time constraints we have, and then getting people to do it, it's so difficult.
And the availability of this room, too.
Right. That's why I said Wednesday, because I know that's the one that's usually okay.
Or that one
but-
could also be just virtual, like the second meeting could just be like, if it's an emergency thing, we just
That's
do
true.
virtual
Yep.
stuff.
There's always that option. So for the December one, are you switching it? Are you deciding now to switch it from the 26th to something else, or to be determined?
I think Paula wants to wait until next,
Well, I don't think we have enough information available to say, is this one,
I'm not
that
sure
one,
if
or
I
this one.
just sent it to Paul and Paula, but there was a couple of meeting dates that were where this was free. It was like the second
Oh.
or third week of December. So I haven't booked anything.
You
Let me
don't want this-
rather than belabor at
Okay.
10:45 in the evening, let me
Right.
refine that email and
Okay.
see what those available dates were.
Thank you.
So.
If there's anything else this evening?
make a motion to adjourn.
All right.
Second.
Motion made second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? None. And here we go, Dan.